All right, messages out. What's going on, everybody? Let me pull up my chat. Sunset, what's going on, dude? How are you, man? Absolutely, I'm back at it. Hope you're doing well. Give me just a second, y'all. Change my shirt. There we go. Got the right shirt on. Now, let's get the camera on. Bam. Boop, boop, boop. And let's check the camera. Camera looks good. Excelente. Back at it again. What's going on with you all? How's your Sunday been? My Sunday was fantastic. My daughter got her green belt today. Very, very proud. She did absolutely outstanding as far as her forms and the things that were asked of her. Not only did she get her green belt, but also Sir, the lead, it's sensei, but it's not called sensei in Taekwondo. I keep forgetting what it's called. I think master, but we call him Sir. He gave her an award for being the best student. Make sure this is showing up properly. And yep, it is. Excellent. Threed, what's going on, man? How are you? Yeah, he gave her a patch for being the best student. I thought that was super, super cool. And really proud of the way she conducted herself and showed up. She really, really wanted this. Like, there were days she came home from school, she was dead tired, she was cranky. It was clear she didn't want to do anything. But I would ask her, "Do you want to skip class today?" She'd be like, "No, no." No matter what's happening, I definitely want to go to martial arts class. So it seems like she's really, really enjoying it, and just happy to see that. She being a kid, like it's easy for her to be happy, but there's not really a whole lot she's passionate about, and so that's a little bit different, and it's cool that we're able to find something that she was passionate on. She got me arena allows me to see ghosts that not materialized. Let's go. I'm so shocked. That's awesome. Three. Hey, what art? I compete at Muay Thai and MMA. Really, Sunset? That's awesome. Yeah, my daughter, she's in Taekwondo. When I was a kid, I used to be in Shoreiru, and seeing her in martial arts is making me think about maybe maybe it might be a good time to get back into it. Probably a good way of gaining more discipline and get a little more physical activity in my day to day. Thinking about it for sure. I know she's fun and pass. Yeah, three, and I'm really happy about it. We reached Kills in Shadow last night, but I didn't like how the conversation worked out, so we're doing it again. I've been enjoying watching you play so much. I started a new Tyranny game since I read the Dragon's Dogma 2. That's awesome, James. Hope you enjoy it, man. Do you know which path you're going to try to go down? I was thinking about trying to become a professional boxer when I grew up. What? You want to do some boxing? That's awesome. I've thought about doing boxing as well. Whole bunch of stuff I thought about, but I haven't actually done yet. I need to probably make up my mind and pursue one of these things. But yeah, boxing sounds really cool. That's what I started in Taekwondo. Switched at 16. Nice. What made you switch? Okay, before you towers, know this sin. Yeah, we did all that. Your markers, you must be from the tribe. We did all that.
Tribes of beast women.
All right, there we go.
Curious human. Man who smells of alpha.
Introduce yourself properly before I lose my patience. So last time we slapped her because I remember her liking it when you're like super aggressive and vicious, but I guess not that vicious, right? So let's just see if I treat her more dismissively if that's what triggers it. Introduce yourself properly before I lose my patience.
Can Fatebinder not see? Am beast woman. Am best hunter. Kills in shadow. Daughter of mystic brood mother, relict, alpha to pack of stone whelps.
She huffs and sits back on her haunches, narrow-eyed, both curious and cross. Explain yourself, beast woman. What is it you want?
Humans.
She hacks. The beast woman's nostrils flare wide and her eyes brighten with amusement.
No human called Fatebinder. Kairos breeds words on paper. Fatebinder binds words to earth and sky, makes ground tremble, makes night cry, blood and fire.
What would a beast woman know of Tunan's fate binders?
Human is not first Fatebinder. Kills in shadow has hunted.
She chuffs, darkly amused. Chuck Liddell, once the UFC got huge, I actually wanted to fight. Oh, interesting. Got you. That makes a lot of sense. So, have you enjoyed MMA thus far? Well, my character has the pit fighter background, so probably utter chaos. So you're going to be on that same route as me. Nice. Ian, it's going well tonight, dude. How are you doing? Too old. Too out of shape to get into it. What? You're never too old. What you mean? My home life segment depression, which is why I never tried it before. Nah, I mean, you might not be able to go far professionally, but shouldn't stop you from getting into it. Why not? Why not? Especially if you say you felt like a segue to depression, maybe a little physical activity and punching a few things will help you get up out of it. Her voiceover must have had to soak her voice called Silk to cover after this part. Yeah. She's brutal the whole way through. If I remember correctly, all her dialogue sounds like this.
Fatebinder pisses in Kairos' eye, but is not slain. Stole Horizon Rock called Spire, spat at Archons, yet lives. Fatebinder is strong, smells of mystic iron death, is faster, tougher than rest of Kairos' kith.
Okay, so maybe you've heard of me.
Kairos hunts human realms to extinction. Rules tribe of blood and ruin, starvation and death. Seeks to slaughter beast women like prey. But beast women are not prey. Are not flighty, feeble-minded humans.
Kills in shadow, spits a gob of tawny mucus on the ground.
Beast women are savage hunters. Bred to fight Kirut, like Fatebinder who smells of alpha. Strong always kill weak, then grow weak. Or killed is migration of life. What kills in shadow is not weak now. Will not be weak for many long seasons. Will join Fatebinder and survive Kairos' tribe.
You'd side with the enemy to survive?
Enemy? No enemy. Only competition. Only strong tribes and weak tribes. Only win or die. Adapt to survive.
Okay. Yeah, just completed last November. I have to send you the link. Yeah, for sure. Fought in glory a few times well. It's a blast. That's awesome. That's awesome. I'm glad you've been getting what you want out of it, Sunset. I'm doing good playing some Unicorn Overlord. Is it good? Do you like it? Unicorn Overlord. You know, I think we had a conversation about this before, right? Isn't it supposed to be similar to... There's another JRPG, team-based, turn-based strategy game that you all were telling me about. Octopath Traveler. It's supposed to be different. Is it supposed to be similar to Octopath Traveler 2? I think that's the one that came out like recently last year, right? If you want to join me, it'll have to be as my beta.
Kills in Shadow is not beta. But even alphas submit to stronger-willed primas. Many packs make a tribe. Is this not a thought humans also understand? Beast Woman will follow Fatebinder. Will not dominate. Unless Fatebinder begins to smell weak.
She tongues one of her upper fangs, lips split in a feral grin. Fine, but keep your nose to yourself. Beast Woman huffs and turns to address her pack.
Kills in Shadow will not shelter stone whelps anymore. Scamper, run, flee! Do not want to see shadows lurking, stalking behind. Barb Cleft is leader now.
The pack hesitates, causing Kills in Shadow to emit a low, menacing growl.
Will not like if Kills in Shadow catches sight or scent of stone mongrels again.
That's so whack. She just kicks her pack to the curb. Come on now. Azalish crystals are found throughout the Stone Sea and are highly revered by the Stone Stalkers. What's this? On the subject of spires. Dear Joker, your summation is most fascinating. Thank you for sharing. You are certainly not the first to proclaim an edict. Many of us have been used to completing to Many of us have been used to complete the casting of the Overlord's magic, and you aren't the first to break an edict, though that list of names is a smaller, more exclusive list. What's curious, though, living and recorded memory make no mention of someone who proclaimed and shattered the same edict. In that regard, you are an anomaly. The bad news is the Archons know this and will be suspicious of this distinction. Along with this parchment, I've included the contact information of the Honorable Fatebinder Myothis, an old peer of mine and perhaps the most knowledgeable in the court on matters not taught to us by Tunin. Treat her with respect, and she will not betray your confidence. Best of luck, Joker. I think things are about to get even stranger for you. Fatebinder Rogalis. More Nemec, what's going on? Saw it on sale for $7.49 right now on Steam. Yeah, I definitely recommend you give it a try. You click that. Clears the shadows, not beta. What it means. She was very passionate about that. I would say it's closer to Fire Emblem. Interesting, but yes, it's good. Do you also enjoy Fire Emblem? There's a ton of people who have told me I need to play Octopath Traveler, but I can't remember any of them telling me about Fire Emblem. But I believe a new version of that game came out recently as well. I don't know anything about the series, though. Quill in hand, you loom over a blank sheet of parchment. You have Binder Myothis' contact information in hand and contemplate your opening words. Introduce yourself and send payment. Fatebinder Myothis. I am Fatebinder Joker, and I am currently serving in the Tiers. I recently broke an Edict of Kairos, and in roughly the same breath, awoke the latent energies in the mountain spire of the Tiers. When I told my old mentor Rogalis of these events, he insisted I contact you, hinting that your wisdom exceeds his own. If that's true, I'd be a fool not to heed the advice of someone more worldly than even Rogalis. But I know knowledge is power, and power isn't free. I've enclosed a hand of rings as tuition and tribute, a paltry offering for a respected teacher, but it's a sizable sum to me. Thank you for your consideration. I eagerly await your reply. Send it. All right. We'll see how that goes. And, oh, yep, we already saw that. Frequent attempts to harvest the Azuralith crystals have made the Stone Stalkers more hostile to any humans who enter the Stone Sea. Whoa!
I'm on it.
That is an earthquake. Entirely unwelcome. What is that about? Oh, let's check this real quick. Yep, we're still good. Excellent. Let's move on. And, oh yeah, we were going here. Set. Ba-boo! Cynthia. Come on now. What's this? Iron blade. That's not helpful. In stark contrast to the tools of the Overlord's forge-bound smiths, this equipment bears the marks of heavy use and inconstant maintenance. The mixed flavors of oil and sulfur cling to the back of your mouth. Ooh. Cloth sandals, and nope, that's not useful either. Cool air stirs your clothes as you step into the small workshop. Despite the lit forge you see against the back wall, a dark-robed woman stalks the center of the space, fingers dancing against her chin, eyebrows furrowed in thought. Sooty smears on her skin suggest she touches her face often. She spares you an initially dismissive glance, but follows it with a surprised double take. Oh, fuck me. The Fatebinder. Come on now, lady. Is it that bad? I mean, what brings you to my humble atelier? I take it you know me. Does anybody not? Spires don't exactly light up like the sun every day. Nice forge. Thanks, I made it myself, she chuckles. I'm particularly fond of the heat wards, not just on account of the comfort. Keeps the place from going up in flames. Barring anything unusual, had the thought after she frowns and drops into silence. After the Vellum Citadel? After the Vellum Citadel. Who are you? You sought me out. I assume you knew already. You make a habit of walking into strangers' houses. I'm called Cynthia. I know my sigils, but mostly I'm a crafter. They keep me around for odd jobs, fixing tools, repairing armor, and generally trying to keep Halfgate from falling into the Stone Sea. Are you a sage? Is anyone anymore? Heard the school burned up. Surprised you took notice. Cynthia here is a former sage? It's not that she ever officially left. It's more she got tired of life in the Citadel and never came back. I studied among the sages once, years ago. Worked for the royalty of Azure for a while after that. Nice work, until Karen arrived. You going to prosecute me? She looks you over. Depends on how helpful you are. Then let me ask again. Why are you here? I have a forge of my own if you'd like to relocate. It's significantly larger and provides a much better view. Oh wow, Binder. First you complimented my forge, then you turn around and tell me yours is bigger. Ha 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 ha, you got a real way with words. I'm happy where I am. Thanks. I need you to examine my friend Barrick. This one, I assume? He's pointy. Her gaze wanders around Barrick's assortment of sharp edges.
Mostly on top of his head.
Must you always be an ass, Verse?
As we said back in Ass Gang, once an ass, always an ass.
Damn it, Fatebinder, why can't you leave this be?
Currently, he's pretty bad at climbing, sneaking, swimming, and using the privy unassisted. I'd like you to address that.
Fatebinder, you know as well as I that Tunon forbade this. I cannot be complicit.
Fury, what's going on, man? How are you? I think the Fire Emblem games are great. They are more strategy than traditional RPG, though. Oh, Three Houses on the Switch is amazing. Best in the series. Interesting, interesting. I agree, James. As game, best game. Okay, that's probably why I avoided the Fire Emblem games up until now then, because I'm definitely lean more into the RPG part instead of the strategy part. That's also what made me hesitant about Octopath Traveler. To me, it looks like it leans very heavily into the strategy portions, and I'm not sure how much of an RPG it actually is.
Oh, just what will you do? Sit on the floor and cross your arms like a child?
If I must. If that will make the Fatebinder see reason.
You're oath-bound to follow my orders, Barrick, so I order you to stand still and shut up.
As you command, Fatebinder.
A grinding eschews from the depths of the twisted armor. I assume that you want to come out with all your bitch regardless, right? Then hold still and quiet down. Before anything else, I need to ask you a few questions. What manner of questions? Just answer the questions, Barrick. I won't ask anything political or tactical, only matters personal. Hardly reassuring. First, have you ever engaged in sexual congress? What? I don't. How can that? That can't be relevant. Barrick sputters. He doesn't understand the first thing about mystic sympathy, does he? The Smith frowns and looks to you. Lore. It's important, Barrick, particularly in the case of a possible convergence of arcane energies to rule out resonant adulteration. What? I suppose that sounds reasonable. The armor has prevented anything from happening recently, regardless of whether or not I wanted it to. Before that, well, the Legion is, I spent, people I care for deeply. We are the pride of the North. Strong and beautiful. He creaks quietly. Hey, I get it, Barrick. Sparring is like dancing. It gets pretty hot. Do not compare the virtuous combat ritual of the disfavored to your scarlet ruddy. That's all I shall speak of it. I have never passed time with a mage or archon, oathbound, beast woman, or anything else unusual. Nothing unusual. I've always heard that there's a special bond between a disfavored officer and their submissives. Sorry, subordinates. Is there anything you are unwilling to soil with your perversion, witch? Can't bother with most strategies. Let me bully and bulldoze my way through. Yep, I agree just a bit. Just a bit. Pito, what's going on? JRPG equals shit. Oh, snap. You don't like any JRPGs? You don't like any of the Final Fantasies? Jovi, what's going on? How are you? You wore forge-bound armor during the conquest, correct? The Smith nods. And prior to it? Was it sigil woven, enchanted against harm? I do not believe so. It was iron. Have you had sigils of any kind branded into your skin? I bear the mark of the disfavored, and nothing else. The mark of the disfavored? The general sigil, or rather what of it the Overlord's decree allows. Many members of the Legion scar themselves with it, binding their loyalty into their flesh and blood. It marks us family. I've heard it said that Graven Ash protects. The sages had no direct knowledge of the Archon of War's abilities, but there were many, many theories. I don't suppose you can provide any concrete information. You asked me to reveal the great general's secrets to a mage? That is too much. Archon Ash shares a strong connection with his soldiers. It allows them to take on some of their harm while also sharing in their experiences. Fatebinder. His gas contains anger and disbelief in equal measure, but it doesn't create wrath. Interesting. And you do not need repairs or maintenance on the armor, I presume? Aside from oiling it and filing down the pointer a bit? No. Wait, how did you know that? Metal grinds quietly. The smith stares at Barrick in thoughtful silence before retrieving from the forge a long bar of iron, its end glowing red from the heat. She holds it out to you. Take it. Next, you'll want to stick that into him, through his armor. It's going to hurt regardless, but I suspect quicker would be better. She leans towards you, lowering her voice. Stab Barrick. Howling in agony, Barrick staggers backwards, grasping at his side. The smell of burnt flesh hits your nostrils a moment later. Reaching down, Lysyntia grabs the iron rod and tugs it from Barrick's side, eliciting another scream of pain. She takes a step back as his gauntlet swings out in a wild attempt to backhand her. Fucking shit on an ill-starred beast mother of asses! What in Grid's general name, woman? It'll be okay, Barrick. You face worse. A hiss issues forth from his helmet. That gains loyalty? Ha ha ha! I suppose that's true, though usually with a bit more warning. He twists his torso in an attempt to get a look at the wound. Amazing. The smith holds up the sizzling metal prod, drawing a sigil in the air with her free hand. Examine the wound. You bend close to the wound, but Barrick's hand is clamped over the hole in his side, obscuring your view. I need to see the move your fucking hand, soldier. With slow reluctance, Barrick moves his gauntleted hand from the hole in his side. You peer through the hole in the oxidized bronze and iron shell, willing yourself to ignore the mixing smells of cooked meat and fetid human waste. You see the ragged, oozing flesh beneath, a gaping red cavity pulsing in time with Barrick's labored breath. Even as you watch, the wound seems to close, bronze-colored skin knitting together at the edges like a slowly closing mouth. It's not merely the skin, however. Barrick's armor case slowly shifts and flows, incrementally reducing the aperture. My. Only a few RPGs, like Final Fantasy V, 6, Chrono Trigger, and Breath of Fire. Okay. So for the most part, you don't enjoy them. Interesting. What's the most recent JRPG you tried that you were like, yeah, I still don't like this? If you like story, the limited roleplay, and have 1,000+ hours, I highly recommend the Legend of Heroes series. They're the MCU of JRPGs. Interesting. When was the last time one came out? So cold. What's going on, dude? I found myself fatigued on JRPGs, but I played them since Dragon Quest. And the OG Final Fantasy. Interesting. What are the main type of games you play now, then? Are you seeing this too? Lore. His armor seems to be healing, just like his flesh. Exactly. And the edges. If she's making any attempt to hide her excitement, she's failing spectacularly. Your armor and flesh heal is one. Is that a standard property among the disfavored? She straightens, peering into Barrick's mismatched eyes. No, not to my knowledge. If he and his armor heal is one, they are likely mystically bound together. Indeed, Tunin likes them smart, I take it. The question remains, though, why does this happen? She smiles appreciatively at you. I have a working theory, but what I can't make out is what differentiates you from the other disfavored who served in the Blade Grave. Maybe it's some trick of the blood. Maybe it's your connection to the Fatebinder. Maybe something else. But I barely knew the Fatebinder prior to Vendrian's Well. There's a lot we don't understand about how the world works. Kairos' structures strictures against literacy and inquiry don't exactly help. She glances at you. I'm not going to turn you in. I appreciate that, Fate Binder. Ooh, Sentinel Stand outskirts. Before I can suggest a solution, I'll need a sample of alloyed iron and bronze from the site of your entrapment. About this much should do. She holds her open palms about 6 inches apart. Can't we just cut that much off of Barrick? Fate Binder. No, I'm afraid. Even if Barrick here were disposed to that idea, she raised an eyebrow. I am not. I need this sample as a point of comparison. Taking it from him would be meaningless. We'll get you the sample. Then I await your return. She turns from you, peering thoughtfully into her slack tub and the iron rod within. All right. Have Barrick examined by the smith. So, travel to Sentinel Stand outskirts. Oh, okay, it's all the way over here. That's interesting. Boom. Whoa. Something blocked me. A new Legend of Heroes game drops about every other year. Devs are indie and need annual releases to stay afloat. There's 12 and counting games, and they tell one continuous story. Really? Which is why their indie publishers wouldn't let them do that. Wow. 12 games that tells one continuous story? Do you play as the same person throughout all 12 games? That sounds actually kind of crazy. And how long are the games usually? More indie RPGs, some 4X strategy and CRPGs, though I plan on another Tyranny run after watch you play it again. Awesome. Though I played through that game 8 times already. Good Lord. You see new Arcline trailer on IGN channel yesterday. I think this game is quite promising. Peter, I got a video coming out on it tomorrow. The game looks incredible. When you see the details about it, even beyond, I thought the trailer was really, really strong. But then when you look into it more and see the details about what they're going to do, I'm super, super psyched for this game. If they have a beta, I'll live stream the damn beta. Like, I think this is a game that I'm going to probably do a lot of content for. It looks like everything I usually love in a game. As you pick your way across the rocky wilderness, you find what you at first take to be a bundle of cloth. Brief investigation, however, reveals it to be the dry, discarded scales of a serpent. Spreading it out, you realize the reptile must be twice your height and as thick as a gatepost. Snakes of the tears are often venomous, but their meat is light, if chewy, with a flavor generally considered superior to the flightless birds that the tearsmen prefer to hunt. A serpent of this size, however, may not be worth the effort. Hunted, have verse hunted. Verse looks at the discarded husk over. You sure don't want to tangle with something large enough to leave that behind? She shrugs, readies an arrow, and leaves the roll behind. You're a return before you see her. When she comes into sight, she's dragging a massive snake behind her, hands grasping the shaft of the arrow driven entirely through the creature's head. She heaves it to the ground, panting, and wipes her brow. Next time, she manages between heavy breaths, you get to manhandle the snake. Nice. Raw meat. All right, and the encounter. Yeah, but you think Graven Ash gets any sleep? Wake it up with a sword deck because one of his soldiers. It's got to certainly make life a little harder, Prodigal Dog. What's going on, man? Abandonment. What's up, dude? The shortest one is like 30 hours. The longest are 100 hours. The series is broken up into sub-series like Legend of Heroes Trails of the Sky, and there's a different main character in each sub-series. Interesting. Huh. This actually sounds pretty cool. But, so you said they're JRPGs? So far there have been 6 different main characters. So, what's a game that is close to the type of gameplay that this series has? Because this actually sounds like Mass Effect on a larger scale. I love the progression of time in Mass Effect, how you take this one character and see his life over a long period. And it seems, and it's also what I loved about the Witcher series, which we'll definitely live stream as well. So it seems like maybe Legend of Heroes is something similar. All right, let's save here. And let's look at this missive. My dear Joker, and they say respect for one elder is a dying art form. I thank you kindly for the offering, as I have accounts to settle and grandchildren to spoil, and keeping a low profile isn't very profitable. I have enclosed something for you in return. I do so hate to let parchment collect dust, and I figure a younger mind can make use of some of the scrolls haunting my cabinets. I'm now the oldest of the court's children. I've seen much in my time. It's probably for the best. Everyone assumes I'm old, harmless, and worth shuffling away in the archives. If I was scrutinized too closely, I'm sure Tunin would find I've grown lax in my spoiled old age. Part of why I'm where I am is that I've kept my head down. You appear to be doing the opposite. In some regards, this is beyond your control. You were chosen for the honor of proclaiming Kairos' edicts. Twice. To decline would have meant death, but to accept means to be placed on the stage for all to see. Kairos' most powerful weapon is not the edict, it's our ability to hand us rope that we willingly use to hang ourselves. Never forget this. There are numerous questions nestled in your request. What is it you wish to know most? Focus your inquiry, and I will answer as best I can. Fatebinder Myothis. I'm most curious about the spires. Dear Myothis, it seems wise to know one's own domain. Seeing as I'm now the master of the mountain spire, I ought to learn all that I can. If you would share with me what you know of the spires, I would be in your debt. I'll start with what I know and observed so far. The mountain spires seemed to awaken at about the same instant that Kairos' edict of execution was put to rest. There was a burst of arcane energy that drowned out my senses, and I awoke at the summit of the spire in what seemed to be just a few heartbeats of time. Atop the spire is an old sculpture of sorts, and it seems to be the core of the spire's mystic energy. I've been seeing visions and receiving sensations from the sculpture. It seems odd to describe it as talking to me, but that seems the closest analogy. Am I the first to report such things? There are other spires elsewhere in the world, correct? Joker. Send it. All right. And she sent me a couple of these. Look at that. Deflecting. Food. Lesser sigil of staggering force. Boom. How about this? This is the incomplete one. Let's look at these. This one's the one I already know. Apparently I never sold it. Is what it is. Okay, and one more time. Did I save this? Looks like I did, but I'll save it again. I think I played 15 hours of Trails in the Sky. Felt like there was hundreds more persons to play. Interesting. The earlier games are Dragon Quest-ish. The middle ones are Persona-ish. The last ones are kind of Yakuza-ish. That's another game people said I should play. That Yakuza Like a Dragon supposedly was awesome. Dragon Quest is a very classic on-rails quest adventure story where you start on a small town and the world and story expands as you go. Huh. Okay. So less complicated than probably some of the games that I've been used to playing. Whoops. I want the map. Okay, cool. This isn't like some huge area. I don't know why. When I'm dealing with places that have a lot of fog, and I'm the type, I like to go around the edges and then I come back to the middle. I know that's probably kind of weird. The blistering winds of the Edict of Storms rounded the stone of these walls, dusted them in iron and bronze, yet they persist. And it seems like I should probably go into this middle section here. So actually, we're gonna go over to the edge here.
No dice.
Let's do whatever this is. Ooh, a bow! Great bow! Okay, we'll have to take a look at that. Have to take a look at that. And why does it seem like the fog isn't disappearing as I'm traveling around? That's rather odd. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ooh. Crimson flashes among the torn terrain of the Blade Grave as a gang emerges from the landscape around you. They are hardened men and women with well-weathered skin and narrow eyes, their piecemeal leather armor graced with notes of bronze. Fatebinder, so nice of you to finally show up. A woman steps forward, grinning at you with small, uneven teeth and wrapped tightly in the fur and leathers of a blood chanter. A tangled mass of sooty, wind-blown hair drapes her shoulders, and her large eyes scrutinize you hungrily. Beautiful scenery, no? Truly displays the indiscriminate artistry of our overlord. Am I supposed to know who you are? That's Careless Spark. Good people. I mean, as good as the chorus comes. Verse keeps her voice low, speaking for you alone. Ahoy there, Verse. Been a while. Telling the Fate Binder about that time we found that commune out Half Gateway, trussed up those farm boys, and... No. Also, shut up. To Verse. Sounds like there's a story there. Maybe I'll tell you once we're good friends. Go ahead, Spark. We'll see how many wags your tongue manages before I point it out and cauterize the stump. Enough of this insipid prattle. I'd heard you run hot under all that cold metal. Seems I heard true. How did you know I'd be here? Think we don't keep tabs on Halfgate? It's on Cacophony's doorstep. Get on with it and tell me what you want. I don't expect you're willing to sell the Ironclad's services to us. The Archon of Secrets will be wildly, ridiculously grateful to have a personal audience with him. What does the Archon of Secrets want with Barrick? Your heavy friend survived an edict and came out stronger for it. You think the voices wouldn't be a mite bit curious? Whether I can spare Barrick depends entirely on what you're offering. Fatebinder. These braces, they may not look like much, but they are very rare make, special crafted for ease of movement. The Blood Chanter grins, raising a hand. Huh. Cosmic, what's going on, man? How are you? Persona, like Persona, you have to balance your time with romances. Mind you, all the characters are high school age. Oh, really? Throughout the whole series? The characters, so if the characters are high school age throughout the whole series, then I guess not much time actually passes, even though it's 12 games? And Yakuza like in that your main character has a shadier background with lots of mini games. They're a huge time commitment, especially because they're better after 100%ing in New Game Plus with broke-ass eyes that make combat broken. Ever tried Tales of Arise? Didn't keep my interest, but Berseria was amazing. Main character's my favorite in a long time. No, I've never heard of that game before. Oh, there's no option to outright sell Ironclad? Right, I noticed that. Right? Why can't I betray him in that instance? It seems like there should be an option, right, Cosmic? But oh well, subterfuge. Assassinate Careless Spark. Deal. Bring me the bracers. Are these the wages of loyalty to a Fatebinder? And you claim the mantle of justice. Spittle flies from his helm. Wait, what? I said assassinate Careless Spark. What's happening? Oh, okay, so it's just gonna play the scene. The Blood Chanter approaches you warily, unfastening the braces as she comes. You gesture to the ground, suggesting she drop them. She falls for the feint, eyes dropping for an instant, and your weapon appears in your hand in a flash. She raises a staff to deflect your strike, but your thrust slips under her guard and directly into the soft flesh where her lower jaw meets the neck. Blood pouring from her neck and mouth, Careless Spark drops to her knees. For fuck's sake, Binder! As the remaining choirmen move to attack, Barrick turns the shadowed eye slits of his helm on you. You are entirely without honor. Are you serious? He's upset? How is he upset at that? He readies to meet their assault. Honor? You realize they were here to kill you, right, buddy? Boy, I tell you, some people just no respect. Allied area of effect. Oh, this is the bigger one right here. No, actually, no, this is the one. Oh, there's also haste. Yeah. We'll start with that. Good lord. You got obliterated. All right. Haste is done. Uh-oh. He's not really supposed to have 10 people on him.
You hit harder than that.
Whoa, actually. There we go. And then everybody attack you. And then you, what do you have again? You got this, Brighten and Blinded. Yeah, let's do that. You, go ahead and heal yourself.
Bleed up! Up, you little shit!
Yep. This is getting, it's definitely getting nice. All right, let's give you some more healing.
Someone staunch my bleeding.
Well, holy smokes. What just happened? Oh, that's what I haven't been doing. I need to start giving my people more,
Will do.
potions. Health potions. Are you gonna, did you heal yourself, sir? Anytime now. Thank you. There you go. Double heal. Okay, I'm good with that too. You got here.
Will do.
Oof. He's back to needing healing. You got bandwidth. There we go. You just did some. Why does it seem like? There we go. Okay. What? Did I just miss that? Joker activates penetrating shot, and nothing happened. What was that about? All right. Why isn't he going down? What's happening here? And now it's saying uninjured. What are you? You are held uninjured. I don't understand why he's not going down yet. Let's help him out some. You need some help in this regard. Let's get you on the ground.
Tear your skeleton out!
And then you, what do you have? You're silenced. You hit the storms. He's bleeding. So I don't have any way to help you. So I just put that on you.
Fire ass!
There you go. You go back out some. Go back to attacking him. And in fact, don't you have? Yeah, you got a little more to do there. There you go. There you go. All right, now we'll do that. And you really need healing. And he's the only one who can give it to you, so fine. And you know what? She's got to heal. So fine. We'll give you this. There we go. There should be a second one. There you go. And he's about to go down anyway. So we're good. Now it's just you. Let's do some of that. Yep. And does he already have? He's got spectral blur, but not mirror image. Excellent. Boom, ba-da-dum. He needs a little bit more, and yep, I figured.
I will aid you.
Do that.
This isn't working!
Let's make sure.
I'll tear
Why
your
isn't your
skeleton
weapon
out by
working?
your
Harsh words would cause more harm than this useless
Shouldn't
weapon.
be able to stop you in any sort of way.
Smash to pieces.
There we go. Woo! Lordy, lordy, lordy. Time passes throughout the series, but most main characters start out somewhere between 15 and 17, with the exception of the latest, where he's in his early 20s. Interesting. Except you used an unhanded tactic rather than challenging her to one-on-one. No items, final destination, Fox. I think Barrick's upset with you because he was already upset. I bet he had a positive reaction if you had a positive relationship. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes, the man all about honor and duty is scandalized by your honorless tactics. I'm aghast, shocked, surprised even. Look, can we at least consider the fact that they're here to take you to the voice of the rat, who is almost certainly going to wipe your mind and suck you into whatever the hell is going on inside his head? Speaking of unhanded attacks, it's been a bad day for Tekken. What? There's no punishment system for forced disconnecting yourself, so people can just quit out if they're about to lose. Ooh! The game considers it no contest. Had quite a few promotion matches in ranked getting nullified because the opponent couldn't handle seeing a defeat screen. Oh, snap! That's unfortunate. Sorry to hear it, dude. Jason, what's up, man? How are you? Elrig, what's up, dude? Another question about Mass Effect, mostly 2 or 3. How are Vanguard and Sentinel, and what's the differences between the two? Vanguard is high risk, high reward playthrough. Its claim to fame is it's got a power that charges you into an enemy. When you do that, it creates a small nova explosion that pushes a bunch of enemies back and gives you a lot of armor. But of course, then you're in the midst of all those different enemies. So usually with a Vanguard, you're gonna have a shotgun and you're gonna try to just shotgun away all the enemies. When you have enough powers and buffs, you want to get to the point where basically you can chain link the charges back to back to back. So you're constantly getting that armor upgrade, and it does a lot to help you stay on your feet. Works very, very well in 3. I would say it's kind of dicey in 2, depending upon what difficulty you're playing. Like if you're playing on Insanity, I wouldn't really recommend Vanguard, even though it is feasible. Sentinel is about combining engineer and adapt together. So you get some of their basic powers, but not the like creme de la creme. So you'll get pull, which allows you to lift up a bunch of enemies, but you don't get singularity, which allows you to pull in a massive amount of enemies and have them floating in the air. It's really nice if you don't mind being able to mix and match different powers, and basically allows you to be able to do well in just about any situation. Personally, I don't like it because I'm kind of an extremist when it comes to my classes. So either I want to be all the way engineer or I want to be all the way adept. I don't like the half and half. It's usually I don't multi-class in games like D&D or Pathfinder. I want to be all the way in one thing in particular. So it doesn't appeal to me, but it might appeal to you. Retrieve your sample then and let us be gone from this Tyro's condemned waste. Barrett glares at you as droplets of blood roll slowly down his armor. And you'll be all right. You'll be all right. Okay. That's heavy armor and broken staff. Wait, so I didn't get the bracelets from her? Iron Brand. I wonder what that's about. And why is it... why is he wounded? He never went down. Can you be wounded just because of how much damage you took?
Will this do? It is nigh the size of a kite sheet. You have your rock. Let us leave this place.
Something bothering you, Barrick?
Aside from the dishonor you displayed in your handling of the Blood Witch, I have repeatedly asked you to leave this be, yet you persist. Do you think that you act in my interest? Do you think you know better than I where my interest lies?
Watch your tone, soldier.
Apologies, Fatebinder. I did not realize you required coddling.
Oh, wow. He straightens.
There was no ambiguity in the Archon of Justice's ruling.
More ambiguity than you might think. The flexibility of the law is in the details.
I may never understand you clerks of the court. Saying one thing and plotting another, all in the name of justice.
Peering at the ground for several seconds, Barrick says nothing, and then turns his attention back to you. Why hasn't he asked me yet what I believe the loophole is in Tunnan's ruling? Because frankly, I don't know what it is. But I assume there is one that's going to keep me from being absolutely obliterated. Black Fist, what's going on, man? Thank you so much for the $10 donation, dude. I really appreciate you, man. I just started on Trails in the Sky. I'm enjoying it. Nice, nice. Okay. Okay. While true, some people simply hold themselves to actual standards. My boy Barrick is one such individual. Cosmic, I know War Tales, but I kind of skipped it because I heard that it really focuses on combat and it's very light on story. And you know me, I'm all about story and dialogue, so I felt like it wasn't my kind of game. Not quite a CRPG, but it shares DNA. Yeah, it's definitely got that DNA of CRPG, but just not in the way that usually would matter to me. Vanguard is built for close range with their teleporting shotgun proficiency. Yep, Sentinel is a mix of text and biotics, always having an answer to any situation. They also can become borderline immortal. Yep. Can you zoom in, or is the camera in a fixed position? During conversations, it's in a fixed position. During combat, you can zoom in or out. And when you're exploring, you can zoom in and out. So it's like a mix between fighter and a wizard or something. More like a mix between a mage and a, I guess, mage and a rogue or something along them lines. Something along them lines. It's a mix between two classes with different types of powers, basically. Like, have you played Pillars of Eternity? It would be like mixing Cypher and Wizard together. I might go Sentinel. I love having answers for everything. Sentinel will definitely do that. It's closer to a mix between Wizard and Cleric. There you go. That's a great way to put it. That's a great way to put it. There's a damn failure. I also assume that Sentinel works very well with any companion since they are a jack of all trades. Yeah, because there's nothing they're missing. Not really. Like someone said earlier, when you get high enough, they can be very, very tanky. They can deal with any enemy defenses. And you're playing Legendary Edition, which means I don't believe they have any limitations on what kind of weapon they can use. Before, in the original version of the game, they could only use, I think, pistols and submachine guns. And so there was a trade-off there, but now you can go ahead and stick an assault rifle on them. You can basically mix and match with whoever you please. It allows you to, you know what, the more I'm talking about it, the more I think when I get to Mass Effect 3, I might go ahead and be a Sentinel. Your Sentinel allows you to really do whatever companions you want. Absolutely, absolutely. You know, optimize your build with one dip in market 3. Hell no, Prodigal Dog. Hell no. Davey, what's going on, man? That's where I return. That less story. Exactly. That's what made me avoid it. But it looked pretty interesting. Did you end up liking it, Cosmic? There's a new game coming out called Crown Wars: The Black Prince, I believe, which is similar to War Tales, though it seems to have an actual story. Yeah, I saw some stuff about that abandonment, and I'm not convinced quite yet. I'm probably going to give it a whirl, but I don't think it's the type of game that I'm going to really commit myself to because, like you said, it kind of looks. It not only does it look like the story really isn't the point, but it has strong strategy elements to it. And I'm usually not a strategy game type of guy, but I'll probably give it a whirl at least once for the channel.
This place haunts me, Fatebinder. These walls, these lands, they were hard once, but they possessed an austere beauty. The general saw them for what they were. Lands well worth fighting for. The winds that day, they swept everything aside. They tumbled tearsmen and livestock like children's playthings. The dust choked our mouths and eyes. Trees appeared as if by magic, only to be smashed into splinters against stones. And those splinters cut like knives.
Go on.
We were no fools. We knew what had fallen upon us, and we took cover as best our iron shields and the general's protection allowed. Yet the wind tore us away, one by one. Some silent, some screaming. Now only I remain. In this state.
His gauntlet rings against his breast, cutting off any possible response.
Take the metal to your smith, or do not. There's nothing further to be said. Let us leave.
I remember really liking the Mass Effect series, but hell, I remember nothing about the shooty gameplay bits. It's entirely the universe and the characters that have endured in my mind. Yep, it's fantastic. The lore is just absolutely fantastic. War Tales with better combat system, more tactical, and a better story. That's kind of the feeling I got. Turn the Smith. In the early days of the Edict of Storms, colossal, twisting columns of wind sometimes descended from the clouds to scar the land. One such vortex touched down here, remaining long enough to twist the stone into tall, vicious spines. And more heavy armor. Alright, so we didn't even have to worry about holding on to him for an extended period of time. This is just a run in, run out kind of mission. Works for me. And there we go. And back over here. Received a missive. see what's going on here. And of course, where Kairos has brought... Oh, wait. Greetings, Joker. You are correct. There are spires all across Terratus. The exact distribution of these monuments fuels all sorts of debate and speculation, but two facts seem commonplace. Most spires are built near old walls. Your mountain spire is a notable exception, and nearly every culture that predated Kairos has some local myth to explain the builders of these spires. I believe the Tiersmen cite the Older Realms as their local name for the spire old walls architects, but nobody knows for sure. And of course, where Kairos has brought proper civilization, the origin of the spire simply isn't discussed in good company. Here's what I think you need to know. First, the spires behave as an arcane lodestone. There's a constant field of magical strength around the spire. If you imagine a mystic sea resting atop our world, the spires seem to spin and churn this magic, creating a spell cast with even modest effort will materialize with powerful results. Second, and I'd say most tellingly, Kairos has laws against entering the old walls, but there are no laws against the spires. You can infer from this that means Kairos has no issue with the lay folks messing with the spires, but wishes to keep us safe from the old walls. Or you could think like an overlord and know that if you place a rule against something, you make it forbidden and desirable. Now I find it telling that Kairos forbids the hallways that lead to the spires, but does not paint a target on the spires themselves. Last but not least, as a young Fatebinder, I once had to oversee the case of a man who had built a shrine to Kairos around the base of a spire in the far southeast. I could find no evidence of falsity or slander. His shrine was the most reverent and loving tribute as I've ever seen. At one point though, this man claimed he had evidence that Kairos was here back in -50. He had merely uttered those words, and my senior binder swung the axe then and there. Being the new girl at the court, I said nothing, but I have long wondered why such a comment should require death instead of the traditional removal of the tongue. Fatebinder Myothis. Inquire about edicts and their nature. Dear Myothis, thank you for hearing me out. I have more questions than I have ink, but let's start with a discussion of Kairos' edicts. I've lived under, proclaimed, and resolved edicts, which makes me far more knowledgeable than a layperson on the subject, and yet I still know so little. Joker. Send it. And there we go. Very, very, very nice. Also, I'm buying Mass Effect Andromeda tonight. Whoa, it's on sale for like $8, and I do want to check it out. I'm very excited to try it out because I give games a very open mind, even if they're hated. I hate reviewing games, but with that outlook, maybe I should. Nice. I'll be curious to find out what your perspective is on Andromeda after playing the trilogy. It might be easier to tolerate doing them all back to back and knowing what you're going to get, you know, keeping your expectations low. And I agree with JV. What's going on, JV? I agree with him that $8 is totally worth it. Like, it's not a worthless game. The combat is amazing. The combat is quite possibly best in the series. In fact, I think it is. But for full players who enjoyed it, but was disappointed they canceled all plans for DLC and multiplayer support. Yep. Combat more. And I've been told Andromeda's combat is awesome. It is. Is it weird to say I don't want any more games? I feel like I got so much to play already. I know that feeling. How do you think I feel as a content creator? Like, I felt like this was going to be a down couple of months, but because my lane is CRPGs, turns out I've got plenty of things I'm going to have to play and so much content I got to do. Play nothing but Star Sector and RimWorld for the past month. All the games I want are either dirt cheap or have no release date yet. Oh, and you play Road Trader, nice. So I'm live streaming Tyranny. I'm doing content for Pillars of Eternity, Deadfire, and working on that new player guide has been brutal. Broken Roads comes out on Wednesday. I told you I was going to live stream that. I'll probably do a full playthrough of that. At the beginning of next month, expansion for King Arthur comes out. At the end of next month, Scald comes out, and in between all of that, whenever we get through with the live streaming those two games and this, I want to do the entire Dragon Age series. So yeah, there's lots going on. Like, I'm playing Final Fantasy 14 Mass Effect 2. I'm getting the Witcher 3 Game of the Year edition tonight. Oh, you never played Witcher 3? Did you play Witcher 1 and 2, Elric? Oh, that's cute. A little sociopath has a prequel, has a pit pal. Also, I managed to avoid Witcher 3 spoilers, so I'm in for a treat. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Wait. Characters become wounded when they are knocked down. Characters become wounded when their health is significantly reduced. Wounds are clear when a character gains a new level of the party rests. Yeah, I don't understand. He didn't get knocked out. He was clearly standing up. So why did he... I'm confused about that, but it's all good. You're back. Did you secure the alloy? Give it here. She opens her palm and regards you with an enthused grin. Give the sample. Here. Oh, fantastic. She accepts the alloy and placed it on her anvil. Mumbling, she traces her fingers in the air, forming a series of sigils. With rapt attention, Barrick watches the smith moves about the sample, examining it for several angles. He says nothing, though when the faceplate of his helm shifts towards you, there's accusation in his eyes. Heh. A few other thoughtful sounds follows as she continues her examination. A revealing cantrip and some aimless grunting? Oh, come on, I could have managed this. This will do. This will most certainly do. She straightens, nodding vigorously. Lucentia brings her hands together again in a single sharp clap. It's going to take me a little time to work out this rock's properties, but this is a promising start. I assume that you will be stabbing it with a hot iron rod as well? Of course not. Don't be ridiculous. Of course not. His armor grinds against itself with a growl. Pull up a stool or crate and make yourselves at home. This shouldn't take too long. I played 2 as a kid. Hell of a game for like 14-year-old to play. Yep, Witcher 2 was fantastic. Need to get back to King Arthur. I got to Act 4 on my Rightful Old Faith playthrough, having cleared up a bunch of side quests, like killing the Red Black Knights and all that. Nice. Yeah, the new expansion will be completely standalone. So you can finish King Arthur, or you could just dive into the new one. You don't have to have played the old one in order to be able to enjoy it. All of Witcher 3 is voiced right, correct, and it's voiced very well. Some of the best voice acting you'll hear in your gaming career. And it recently got a next-gen update for free, right? That is also correct. They also announced that they're having a company work on a remake of Witcher 1. So I think what's probably going to happen is I'm going to try to play Witcher 1 right before the remake is supposed to come out. Play them kind of like back-to-back to see how new and fresh everything is. And then when I'm finished with the Witcher 1 remake, we'll also just continue and do Witcher 2 and 3. That's my plan. A few hours pass as Lucentia bombards the sample from the blade grave with a combination of hammering and spell work. She heats it, submerges it in water, shapes it, wreathes it in lightning, and causes it to levitate in the air. Eventually, she pauses, studying the metal and tapping her chin. Find anything? I'm sure as stones say I did. The alloy absorbs and retains mystical energy, specifically in the form of magical effects, she grins. In theory, a weapon crafted of it could retain its enchantment for decades at least, maybe longer. What does this mean for Barrick? It means your curiosity is sated. It means we can continue our true mission and forget this heretical quest. What's a few more enemies added to our collection? Is that? He inhales deeply. Make light of your precarious position if you will. You will not have the Archon of Shadows' abilities to rely on when those enemies rise to strike you down. Unfortunately, separating Barrick from his armor may not be as easy as one imagines. Perhaps if I had gotten to him immediately after the edict. As is, Barrick is as alloyed with his armor as the iron is with the bronze. She gestures towards the sample. Simply put, Ash's ability to shield his soldiers has spread to the armor, likely due to the edict's power. Each wound taken by soldier and armor are one, and the heel is one, with flesh and metal fusing together. She intertwines her fingers. So long as Barrick remains under the Archon of War's power, he remains in the armor. The longer he remains in his armor, the more it will become an intractable part of him. Can we remove the Aegis? Short of the death of the Graven Ash or him rescinding his patronage over Barrick, I see no way to free Barrick from the Archon's power.
Neither is an acceptable solution. This shell, onerous though it may be, protects me and serves you. Without the great general or the disfavored, I have no purpose.
Oh, come on, you big crybaby. I'm sure there's a siege engine somewhere in need of a counterweight.
See, you always got a place with us.
How comforting.
Thank you, Lucentia. Please keep searching for a better way. My pleasure, Fatebinder. If I uncover anything of value, I'll dispatch a bird immediately. All right, and finally speak with Barrick.
I was better off not knowing, Fatebinder.
Damn, that's how he feels. Everything on it. Yep, Witcher 2 is 100% getting a remake then. Maybe, we'll see. Curious to see what mainline title CD Projekt Red makes next, whether it be Witcher 4, a new Cyberpunk game, or something else entirely. They've already confirmed they're working on the next Witcher game. I believe they might have said that it's going to star Ciri, but I'm not sure about that. I don't know how I feel about that either, considering she has different endings, so they would have to choose a canon ending for her. That's always kind of dicey with the fandom. But I wouldn't put it past CDPRs, considering they retcons a bunch of things with Witcher as well. Still think Cyberpunk is their best game. You think Cyberpunk is better than Witcher Wild Hunt? I wouldn't say that. But you know what? I haven't played the new jazzed up to date version of the game that takes the Liberty City DLC or expansion into account. So maybe I plan to live stream that final version of the game, and then we'll see how I feel about it afterwards. Hopefully a proper it's supposed to be a proper full remake. Are you just popping out? What's going on, GM? Yeah, I told you I plan to be serious about live streaming this year. I love Tyranny. I think it's absolutely fantastic. I understand Geralt sees himself as emotionless being a Witcher, but isn't he the exact opposite? He's actually very caring. It depends on how you play him. It's up to you whether or not he's caring. Is that King Arthur game set in only England, or does it move around a bit? Neither. It's set after the King Arthur mythology. So it's set after he dies and goes to the island of Avalon. So he's not actually in England. RP mechanics we mentioned a show in the past. Just figure about that. Like, here's a completely reactionless and empty city with all this stuff to collect and not used for anything. One of the worst games ever made? I don't know about that. It did have some pretty serious issues with its launch, but I think they've cleared up a lot of them. But I do concur with GM that how alive the city feels is one of the things that they can't just clear up. You must have... I wouldn't be surprised that that game is a gotcha game. What you mean a gotcha game, G? Are you that down on CDPR? You've lost faith in them? Did you even like the Witcher games, GM? I've been playing games. The story is pretty obvious after 30 minutes. Prefer if they made Witcher 4 with a V-like protagonist that is customizable, but has a semi-preset history with some degree of control over it. I'd love that. I'd love that. Absolutely, I'd be down for that. Yeah, I would agree with you, JV. I think Cyberpunk is a very solid game. It's got some really cool stuff. I think the combat mechanics are really interesting. It's one of the best looking games I've ever played, bar none. The romances were very, very well done. And the arc that you go through and the way they utilize Keanu Reeves, I thought all of that was fantastic. The city does not feel alive. It doesn't feel like there's a bunch of crazy things going on. The manner in which you have to resolve quests, it's not nearly the level of flexibility that was originally promised. It just doesn't quite live up to the expectations that people had regarding Cyberpunk in ways that cannot be addressed by just a patch. So I don't know, take that as you will. Well, now you know.
Oh, that the Archon's protection, the very thing to which I owe my life, keeps me imprisoned in this shell.
He shakes his head violently, throwing sparks where his helm meets his cuirass.
Ignorance of how deeply cursed I am was the only blessing remaining me.
Or you could just leave the disfavored.
You suggest that as if doing so would not be a betrayal of everything I hold dear. Of everything I have striven for in my life. No choice exists here. This armor remains my cage, as Kairos willed. I can accept that. I hope that you can too.
Gonna update again. Completed. All right. Let's
You
see if
got
she sends us a bird at some point saying, hey, I know how to get this done. All right. Back to the mountain spire, and now let's drop him off. And then once we drop him off, along the road you cross paths with a trio of tearsmen clad in the ragged remnants of noble finery. They appear haggard, hands blemished with dirt, faces sunburned and peeling. Their guard has been reduced to 2 men in dented bronze, each sporting mangy beards and visible exhaustion. One of the tearsmen notes your banner and hails you. With grim stoicism, the woman explains that she, her husband, and his sister traveled from their home towards the bastard city to bend the knee to the Archon of Justice and swear eternal fealty to the Overlord's glorious rule. Unfortunately, they've been harried incessantly by highwaymen and Scarlet Course raiders alike, and fear they may not live to see their destination. Attack them. Why attack them? Speak with them. Your weapons remain sheathed as you demand the refugees attend your authority as a Faebinder of Tunnen. Though the woman matches your gaze with steady resolve, the remainder of the quintet exchange nervous glances among them. Question them. Via a brief, largely uncontested interrogation, you learn that these 3 individuals are members of the old aristocracy of Sunder. They traveled to Starward after their homeland's destruction, but the Edict of Storms had driven them north again. Having lost very nearly everything short of their life, they finally accepted the inevitability of Kairos' control of the Tears and home to find a place within the new order. I can escort them. I can attack them. I can accept their oaths. Oh. You explain to the group that as a Fatebinder, you serve as an extension of the Adjudicator's court and enforcer of his will. You offer to accept their pledges of fealty in his absence for a nominal fee. They quickly thank you for your offer, and in a brief ceremony just off the road, you legally confer on them the benefits of Kairos' peace in exchange for their oaths of service. You grant them a decree that should shield them from predation by servants of the court, but warn them that it will provide no succor from brigands. The guards seem revitalized by this even small respite, and the group resolves, Lethian's Crossing favored 3. Oh, and 200 copper rings. You know what? I'll take the 200 copper. Fine. Group resolved to continue on to the bastard city and join the court. And I have another missive. I do not trust them at all now. I love the Witcher series, but they got cocky and straight up lied to everyone about their game. This is true. This is true. They were not upfront about the problems Cyberpunk was going to have, especially because it came on the tails of Witcher 3. I might be happy to let a company use this setting without his Shadow the Hedgehog tier self-insert edgelord, though. What are you referring to, Cosmic? You can literally max out your combat halfway through the levels. Can one-shot balls with a katana. Super stupid. The RNG color-coded loot system is such crazy coding. That part I don't remember. Plus, Panam had double dump truck. God damn. I don't know about all that, but she was hot. With the way they redid perks in 2.0 Power Build, and the one-shot balls is much harder, though not impossible. Oh, okay. Yes, I played it at launch. They basically remade the whole game. There are now drive-bys with cops getting involved, random shootouts in the street, and plenty of events in the city. There we go. I played it at launch 1.5 times, and then I dropped it. So that's awesome. I'm looking forward to it now. If having a sexy set of pixels makes a game great, then there are much better games out there. You also can't craft your way to immortality with the restructuring they did to crafting. The common has been completely remade. Attributes, skills, and equipment all work wildly different now. Interesting. So they completely redid it. That's crazy that they felt like, man, we need to go all the way with this. And something to a specific mailbox. But why is it lazy coding to say that, hey, I need to turn this into a mailbox? That's not lazy coding. Have both cops and thugs auto-spawn the area, overlapping each other. Both will try to attack me for getting close and not fight each other. That's always irritating. That makes the world feel less real. And in fact, I experienced something similar when I played at launch. It was a pain in the ass. Restarting didn't help. Still, B, you can one-shot everything halfway through the game, and dangerous roller coaster area is still 75% unplayable. You saw James, I enjoyed the old combat too. It wasn't hard. It was flashy. I enjoyed the combat, but I agree that it wasn't difficult. I wonder if I'd enjoy the old or the new way more. I'm going to play it again. We'll see. I feel like Reg will be very happy in the Tyranny world. Absolutely. Reg would be tuning, more than likely. Okay. I don't need the heavy armor. We're good on that. That's the incomplete scrubbing. Oh, those are the daggers she doesn't need anymore. Do I have the money? So wait, why is it? Do I have to sell that? No. Why is it I got 200 of these, but it says I only, because it's translating into the bronze ring. So now I have 33 bronze rings. Still don't have enough. Interesting. All right. Let's talk to the Seren.
Fatebinder. What do you need? Well then,
Add her to the party.
Be seeing you, Fatebinder.
Even though I think the Kills and Shadow chick is very cool, mechanically, I remember not being a fan of her, and I'm pretty sure I would need to respect her as well. Revo, so you're the one I could just sell things to. Show me what you have for sale. Yep, you're the one. Purifying, immunity to poison. You got 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. We'll keep immunity poison around, but we might not really need that. Bronze greatsword. We'll hang on to those because I'm not sure if I'll need those later on. And we can get rid of that. And everything else, I guess we keep, right? Mead? Do we need any mead? Probably not, but it's fine. All right. And then for you, is there anything? I'm pretty sure I already got everything from you that I want. All right, trade that. Man, I really, really need an iron ring, and I don't have one. Okay, let's now talk with Kills and Shadow and make sure. Oh, wait. Actually, hold on, wait. Even more importantly, why does this feel like it's not quick save? Yeah, let's make sure we do a full save here. There we go. And what's up with this? Star Pump is basically an entirely different game than it was at launch. Okay, I'm gonna have to try to check it out. Have an absolutely fantastic time with Pillars Returning. I'm not used to real-time combat, but I'm learning. I'm invested in the Lord. That's awesome, Jovi. Yeah, I think it's a great game. Absolutely great game. I had a better time, a fantastic time with it. Better opponent would be to find someone to give it to, talk to them, have more than stuff any X. You mean, so not coding, you mean quest design. You don't like the quest design of having to drop it off in a mail box. You want you want them to give you something that's more interactive. The game is better now. 3.5 years later. You know, Cody, can someone please do my coursework for me? I hate it. For what class, Cosmic? Reaper, I lie. It's not coding. It's audio. Sorry, can't help you there. I barely could do the audio on my videos. Took me a while to get to the point where I felt like, all right, this is decent audio that I'm working with. I despise my coding course back. Yep, actually, that was all right. I was going to ask you, GM, like, what is a alternative game that you really enjoy more than Cyberpunk? So I guess Pillars of Eternity is one that really appeals to you. Salutations, Joker. It is difficult to separate fact from superstition when it comes to edicts, as it seems only Kairos knows how it all works. The rest of us are left to live in fear and ponder it all. Kairos' edicts are a sort of magic above and beyond even the Archons. I dare say the edicts are stronger than Kairos, as there's no evidence Kairos can willingly stop an edict once set into motion, which is in part why Kairos' edicts seem to have an until or unless clause in their wording. I know the edict, as powerful as it is, requires a human voice to complete the casting. Thus, the Overlord has people like you proclaim edicts cast far from the Imperial throne. The magic is Kairos' magic, but the human voice is the final carrier or trigger to complete the magic phenomena. And here's what's most fascinating, at least as far as you're concerned. There have been dozens of mortal agents who have been able to proclaim edicts. 2/3 of them died within a decade, and many gave reports of lingering mystic scars from the ordeal. And there have also been a handful to resolve or break an edict. These until and unless clauses get fulfilled from time to time, and we see a similar pattern in history. Those who resolve an edict often live short lives, and many speak of arcane side effects of the shattered edicts. Here's where you're unique. To the best of my fact finding, you are the first to proclaim and break the exact same edict. Whatever mystical power is involved in the creation and destruction of such magics, you're the first to stand at the terminus of both. Now that I know the spires can be awoken, it makes sense that if anything can or would wake them from slumber, a shattered edict seems the likely culprit. Kairos says other edicts in place throughout the tiers. If you truly wish to learn more, perhaps you should take it upon yourself to shatter those edicts. After all, if Kairos did not wish for the edicts to be broken, why include a termination clause? Ha ha. So listen to her advice. Dear Myotis, I appreciate the information. Thank you for sharing. Knowing what you know of my situation, what would you do? Joker. Send it one day in transit. Okay, and talk to Kills the Shadows. The beast woman squats on her haunches, back bowed and face tilted forward as she meticulously grooms between the long, callous fingers of one paw. A mauve tongue laughs blood from her glistening claws. She glances up, a jerky, startled movement as you approach. But there's no fear in her, only reaction, instinct, only a readiness to strike.
Fate Binder wants Beast Woman?
Just a tad. Oh, same. I had a program module. Great. Quest design and coding is so much easier just to resolve Y by having X trigger at a set point. I think Cyberpunk could have cut down on like 75% of the map activities and used that time to add a couple extra quests. So you feel like Cyberpunk has too few quests, JV? First years of modules for all aspects of game dev. Some is agony, art and audio are agony. What are you trying to pursue, Cosmic? Pillars of Eternity, Baldur's Gate 3, Wasteland 3, I assume. Call of Duty, just about anything. Exactly, a 60 on my coding course, mostly because I didn't get to it 85% of the time. Oh, rough. You called me a menace. Can you believe that? I can, 3. A little late. How's everyone going? What's going on, Lori? Yeah, it's a little late, but it's all good. There's still cars in CP's Cyberpunk. Yeah, there's still cars. I saw cars in the trailer. I mostly went to my music class to hang out and play guitar instead of coding. Sloan, what's going on? Hello, Fatebinder. If you or a loved one suffer arcane, the proclaiming you may be entitled to financial compensation. KCD wasn't awesome. Oh, Kingdom Come Deliverance, right. Had a bunch of bugs that launched, but still better than Cyberpunk. I've had multiple people tell me they really enjoyed Kingdom Come. I'm gonna have to check that out at some point. All right, I need to stay. It's a game dev degree. My specialism is business, but the first year provides an introductory module for each aspect of development. Useful to know if you plan to run a team. Huh. Oh, that's right. You know what? I remember us talking about this. Skill set is very much people project management rather than screwing around with software. Got you. The reek of an unwashed feral animal, bloodied and battle-worn, swathes you like a wet blanket, and you breathe through your mouth to keep from retching. Had any good hunts lately?
Good, yep. And many more than 5.
The beast woman flexes and curls her claws in the air, the pitch blackness of them suddenly striking, a stark reminder of their power, their ability to kill.
Waded up deep, murky stream near disfavored camp. Pawed in mud of bank, but did not leave tracks. Crept low and quiet to tent flap, scenting with tongue. Caught ironclads and dragged, squirming like hurt rabbits, into cold black depths of river.
Good Lord. She grins, boastful and filled with bloodlust.
Disfavored cannot swim like beast woman, only can sink.
Ah, Fatebinder wants you to bathe.
I'm bathing right now.
Her red eyes brighten with amusement.
Don't simply drag your fetid tongue over another matted patch of fur. Stand under a waterfall or kneel in a stream. The crying statue in Edgering Ruins comes to mind.
Is washing with waterfall how packmate became trapped in iron? Did not think to shed iron shell first.
She runs her tongue over her fangs and rumbles a satisfied purr.
Should let beast woman pry shell from ironclad. Then kills in shadow can play with disfavored inside. Yep.
Wow. Wow. If you're going to follow me, I'd like to know more about you. Kills in shadow puffs her hairy, naked teats out.
Am best hunter.
She bolts, scratching one idly.
Am last of tribe. Tribe who killed king vipers, Alarion, and thorn stags extinct. Am alpha. Brood mother. Can smell earthblood like mystic. What else does alpha to kills in shadow long to know?
Saw a job for a game economist, though it will be more about implementing economies in game worlds. I just want advice on monetizing things more. I was so disappointed. What kind of development job would you be looking for? Not too few questions, just that there's a lot of open world activities that feel like meaningless Ubisoft-like collections. Yeah, like the ones where you come across random gangs and take them out and then like kind of take over the area, I guess. They didn't add anything, and in my case, detracted from the experience because I felt the need to complete them, but most of it was just busy work. Yep, I remember that, so those are still in there then. For studying for game development back in the day, till his uncle that worked at Bioware said they don't use any of the stuff. They have their own software. Figured school a waste of time after that. Yeah, I don't feel like going to school for game development really helps you figure out how to become a game developer. I think you go to school for something else, and then you have to work on game development in your own time, actually doing the things that they would look for you to do. But then when you come out, not only do you have a degree, but you can also have proof of concept things that you've done with your coding to say, hey, this is why you should allow me to be in this space. Like, I think it might be better to get like a more general degree like computer science or something like that. But the actual game dev degrees, they don't teach you what you need to know. If you want to get into the game industry, go into software engineering or some artistic course. Yet the game design course aren't very worthwhile. Prepare to work in horrible conditions. The Edict of Stars has been closed. Nice job, Sunset. I'm not that far yet. Shadow is the horny grandma we need more of in CRPGs. She's definitely fun to listen to. You get into mining if you want to get into game development. It's a consult on game that has real economies in the world with great reactivity between characterized world, NPC, and resources. Interesting, I got you. Kills in Shadow, that's an interesting name.
Best hunter is clever hunter. Stalks slow and soft. Pad, silent. Strikes fast. Kills without hesitation.
How did you end up with the Stone Stalkers?
Am not Stone Stalker.
The beast woman snarls. She bristles, flexing her back and shoulders before settling back on her haunches.
Lost tribe. Left Haven lands. Migrated east. Was alone long time. Hunted many humans. Killed. Raged like undying fire. Then found pack of stone whelps. Caitiffs, outcasts of tribe who needed alpha.
Could your tribe have been that different? I've run afoul of many a beastman in my day, and I find nothing that distinguishes their savage numbers.
Stay and see. Will think kills in shadow memorable when insides are being ripped, slow dripping from ironclad shell.
Oh, snap. If you're not a Stone Stalker, why were you leading a pack of beastmen from that tribe?
is true. Am shadow hunter from Havenlands, but am last of tribe.
She dips her head in thought, long tongue laving dry blood from her bottom lip. She worries the lip between her fangs, and bright, fresh blood beads anew.
After tribe was slain, Kills and Shadow loped to Stone Lands, stalking on long hunt for disfavored, but soon became needed by weak whelps, by stone stalkers who had been slaves and had not learned how best to fight.
Don't take this the wrong way, but you seem like a born killer.
Did not kill out of mother's womb. All whelps suckle first, learn later. Beast Woman's first blood was in second season after birth.
Killing Shadow hacks, a clear sign of her amusement. I'd like to know more about your tribe. Oh. Her lips peel back in a sneer and growls low from the back of her throat. Okay, insufficient reputation. Let's talk of other matters. She scratches the hairy, taut plane of her stomach and snorts.
Lead conversation. Beast Woman will follow.
We should strategize how best to deal with our enemies and our allies.
Best way is with bloodshed, yep.
She grins wide, tongue lolling across her gleaming, blade-sharp teeth.
Fatebinder has many allies. More enemies. Which do Fatebinder and Kills in Shadow hunt today?
I want to talk about Kairos and the Archons. She snuffs and snorts, maw splitting wide in excitement.
Fatebinder's old tribe. Packs turned prey.
Manager and production roles. You got this waiting. Where the junior and lowest paid jobs are the most competitive. I write all of the logic loop for coding and research using all types of statistical models and data. Love gaming. Would love to help make a game that doesn't have a lame economy or mixed monetize. I wish the design and programmers would take better AI classes. It's sad that AI has gotten dumber over the last 20 years. What do you know of the disfavored Engraven Ash?
Disfavored hunting slave beast women. Only predators to rival tribes. Dislike. Admire. Envy skill. Want to stalk. Then want to kill slowly. Make scream. But disfavored do not yowl easily. Have taken killing teeth and throat, carving claws and gut, and survived. Alpha laves pain from pack, makes pack tougher, deadly threat.
You are correct to assume we are the more elite, but do not expend yourself trying to destroy us. We are the arm of the Northern Empire, and you would only bring annihilation upon your race.
It's kind of cool to see someone who's who's so clearly an effective and efficient killer talk about the disfavored in such favorable terms and make it clear, like, yeah, these people, they're giving us a run for our money. Let's discuss those in the tiers who seek to defy Kairos. Wait, no. Why? Oh, so I asked about Kairos and the Archons, and the disfavored are the only ones she cares about. Apparently, the Scarlet Corps don't rate with her at all, even though some of her kin have joined the Scarlet Corps, so that's interesting. All right, to defy Kairos.
Humans of Beast Women lands, humans called Tearsmen, are many roiling maggots that infest, ruin good meat. Clever hunter would crouch behind humans like stone cover during fight with Kairos' tribe. Let Tearsmen die, so Fatebinder and Beast Women can survive. Win! Many humans live in Beast Women lands. Kills in Shadow knows Tearsmen pack well.
What do you know of the Vendrian Guard?
No pack was defeated by Kairos' tribe. Was small, easily hunted first time. Struggled, fought back to paws and knees. But could not have won second time. Was like hare challenging wolf.
Oh, cute way of putting it. Though I think Kairos technically has two tribes that like to knock us around time and time again.
What do you know of the Bronze Brotherhood?
Lying kith. Are not brood brothers. Use bronze killing claws. Smell of tanned hide, blood, piss, and fire water. Fight like black-striped jackals. Laughing, nimble, reckless. Fight for trinkets, not survival.
She doesn't respect it. I just found out that Deborah... What's going on, Tyranny? I just found out that Deborah Wilson from Mad TV voices Killed in Shadow. I never watched Mad TV, so I'm not familiar with her. Is she popular? The business and creative sides of devs are usually pretty separate. When they're not, you usually end up with failed games because skill sets usually don't transfer. Interesting. Is that why devs who end up being good at the business side of things are so popular? Like Casey Hudson and Gabe, what's his name from Valve? What do you know of the Unbroken?
Strongest humans in beast women lands. Earth blood must pump hot fast through veins. Are tenacious, undefeated. Stand tough as mountains, even against disfavored.
Do not get taken in by the Unbroken reputation. The people of Stalwart are fond of rewriting history in favor of a version that fits their sensibilities. Imagine that many people rallying around an idea, a story.
Strong as humans. Nice. I wish to speak of something else.
Lead conversation.
Tell me more
Beast
about the
woman will
Beastman
follow.
tribes.
Nope.
Oh. Kills in shadow, scratches a hip, claws raking a rough patch of scar tissue, bisecting the jut of the bone. Do you know anything about the magical guilds in the tiers?
Kills in shadow does not understand human behavior towards mystics. Tribes should value, protect mystics, not treat like outcasts, caitiffs forced into separate packs. Humans fear and snivel, snap at own mystics, until mystics become strong alphas like Archons. Then humans grovel and beg favor. Follow Archons in droves. Maybe Fatebinder understands ways of human mystics better. Maybe not. Ask and discover.
Like, Microsoft keeps doing this rotation system for their game employees. Work on a game for a year, then move. Not working out well for their production. I just saw a story that they're trying to buy Square Enix. Which would be insane considering the acquisitions they've already made. Apparently Sony is fighting like hell to stop it from happening. What do you know of the Sages?
Strange pack. Dispersed. Sage humans know each other, but prefer lone wolf travel. Are clever, harder to hunt. Smell of coal ink and rotted trees. Leave beast women alone most times, so Kills in Shadow likes.
What do you know of the Forgebound?
Forgebound are builders, not fighters. Are like slaves to own human pack. Work without rest. Are weak and submissive, but can mold hard gray ore like pressing paw prints into mud.
What do you mean they're like slaves?
Forgebound make better than iron, killing claws and hard pelts all day for kith of other pack. Why give to others if have choice?
What gray ore?
Rock, ore, heart and skin of Tarotus. Smells like iron, but is different. Forgebound mold gray ore to give tribes teeth and claws. Carve better, slice deeper than ones of iron and bronze.
The beast woman snorts and sneezes. Why would you call them weak? She shrugs. Good lord, you can't ask this girl anything. Let's speak of something else. She yawns, mauve tongue curling between her wide
Lead
jaws.
conversation.
What do you know of the
Beast woman will
Earthshakers?
fall. Earthshakers draw power from Earthblood like stone stalker mystics, like beast women. Cairn's pack, yep, are strong, are disfavored, but are tearsmen. Smell more of stone lands, more of earth blood than disfavored, yep.
Have you had past dealings with the Earthshakers?
If by dealings, Fatebinder means hunts and killings, then yep. Earthshakers crushed Shard-Nip tribe in South Stonelands. So Kills in Shadow slaughtered pack of Earthshakers in north near Howling Rock.
Earthblood. Do I even want to ask?
Beneath dry soil, wet earthblood beats, thrums. Fatebinder's ears cannot hear surging blood song.
I'm certain this Earthblood is more an arcane or abstract notion, not actual blood in the soil. Her senses are attuned to something we're not seeing.
Do you share arcane teachings? Good
Lead
Lord.
conversation.
Tell me about the magic
Beast
of the
woman will
Beastmen.
Nope.
Good Lord.
What now does Fatebinder wish to hear
I want your
about?
opinion on something. The beast woman rising up in response, lumbering over you. Pale scars cut stark against her dark pelt. She inhales a sharp, deep whiff. Her upper lip peels back above a row of sharp fangs.
Fatebinder's smell weakens, dims as strength dies. It's good to ask Beast Woman for advice. Even strong Alpha needs cunning of Bulwark at side.
Man, that would be hard to pass regulators. Square Enix is a big dev and publisher. We'll see. I wonder how much of the industry Microsoft can continue to acquire before they start having to deal with monopoly antitrust laws. This is an excellent question. Man, if Microsoft keeps going on like this and doesn't get broken up for being a monopoly, I don't know why, but just feels like the gaming industry just gets carte blanche to do whatever it wants. I definitely feel like, concerning the acquisitions that Microsoft has already made, it'll be hard for this to go through. But to be honest with you, I want it to go through because Square Enix is absolutely a developer who historically does not really support the PC. Their game releases take a long time to come out on PC if they ever come out. And I feel like if they got swallowed up by Microsoft, Microsoft would be like, when your game releases, it needs to be available on PC the day that it actually releases. So as a person who primarily games on the PC, I feel like it will be much better for me and the overall PC gaming community. So as far as I'm concerned, swallow up all the damn studios that you can get. So these people have to actually consider the PC when they're releasing their games. Plus, I think I might have already mentioned this, but I'm a big fan of them swallowing up Activision, because it means now they have the Arcanum license. That means Obsidian, technically at least, has access to the Arcanum license, and we can one day see an Arcanum remake or sequel or whatever that's built by Obsidian. And in my personal opinion, that could be very exciting. I think if they got Josh Sawyer to work on that, it seems like he's kind of hesitant about doing Pillars of Eternity 3, so maybe he'd be more willing to work on something like Arcanum. I think that could be an absolute home run, and would love to see it. Well, we'll see. Seen them buy a small desert IP, but I imagine any big buy would raise flags, possibly. Well, Sony has more IPs and larger market share. They would be broken up before Microsoft. This is a good point as well. Want to see is Microsoft acquiring Sony and their price just see what the fuck would happen. That's probably never going to happen. Really got to worry about Tencent. Why do you say we have to worry about Tencent? I want your opinion on something. In Dragon Age Origins, you know the city elves start, right? If so, if the Dalish elf version of the Grey Warden was in there, Dragon Age Origins, you know the city elf start, right? Yeah. If so, if the Dalish elf version of the Grey Warden was in there, what would go differently, you think? I don't remember it well enough to be able to answer that. Wants to, well, like 10 billion, I'd like to buy Square Enix. If Google hasn't been broken up, Microsoft won't. Honestly, everyone seems to be forgetting that Sony owns about 80% of the console market. Yep, this is true. They're trying to stop Microsoft to prevent them from getting like 70%. In that case, who owns the Heroes of Might and Magic license? Because getting an Obsidian Dark Messiah 2 would be awesome. It's fun to see Sony's argument unravel when emails came out that basically said they didn't want Microsoft to get Call of Duty just because they didn't like Microsoft. Exactly. They don't have a real case to stand on. Tencent has FU money, even compared to Microsoft, and a willingness to use it. Yeah, but they don't have a console, though. So, I'm not worried about them. And frankly, we've already been through all this with Embracer Group, right? We found out what happens when all these companies try to swallow up studios. Those studios end up getting closed. So I feel like a lot of studios that might potentially have been more willing to, accept the payout and be swindled by Tencent, now they're absolutely on high alert because they saw what happened in Embracer Group and that can't happen to us. Tencent's power is mostly that it works as a gateway for foreign entertainment companies to sell in China. Tencent owns most IPs now and has large ownership of most devs. Like, it's just hard for me to get invested in that. Tencent has a small ownership in freaking Larian Studios. It didn't stop Baldur's Gate 3 from being incredible. Like, it's just not something that really concerns me. Tencent has a partial ownership in a lot of companies. It controls very little. Exactly. So they put their fingers in pie so that some of the money comes their way, but they don't have real power and control over most of these studios. Doesn't bother me. How would you assess our progress?
On stealing territory of beast women lands humans call realms of tearsmen. No Fatebinder claimed territory of Vendrian's well for self. Is good for pack. Should Kills in Shadow care outside of that?
She crouches down and scratches the lower curve of her back.
Fatebinder claimed Horizon Rock called Mountain Spire at Vendrian's well. Should claim more, take power as own, become stronger and stronger. Kairos rules own tribe and crushes threats to territory with attacks called edicts. Fatebinder should learn same mystic strength. Even Archons cannot win against edict. Yep. Our best attack we'll use to kill, survive.
How would you have us proceed?
Kill everyone. Become strongest. Is easiest, best path. Fear is best weapon for alphas. Give power over others. Kairos understands. To be Prima must shed much blood. Must teach pack to obey at any cost.
What do you think of the others in our pack? Oh my god. All
Lead
right.
conversation. Beast woman will follow.
I'd like to know more about you. Kills the shadow punch.
Best hunter.
Oh wait, no, we already did that. Let's talk of other matters.
Lead conversation.
Let's play a game. Immediately, the beast woman perks up, back straightening as her red eyes rove you with interest.
Like playing with prey. With pack. We'll play sometimes with stone whelps. What, mate? Slaughter.
Her dark maws part in a massive, fangy grin.
I'm always down for a game. Unless it involves throwing and catching. In which case,
Is easy. Pack mate chooses one of each. What, mate? Slaughter. If prey is chosen,
You weren't kidding. She really does
Pack
kill
mate is chosen,
Mary.
And both agree to game. Then pack gets to watch.
Rut mate slaughter, eh? Well, does it have to be 3 different people? I rutted with my old gang boss, Fine Ass. Mated him for a time, and then I killed him.
Ha!
Of all my days running with the chorus, I think I enjoyed Ass Gang the most.
I can't believe Ass Gang is real. I thought she made that up.
oh, I get it. Okay. I'd rut Barrack, since Kairos' forces need a little pillage and rape in return.
Wow.
I'd mate with Verse, mostly to take half of whatever land she's going to someday conquer. Obviously, I'd kill Lantry. Who wouldn't?
This is incredible. This is so awesome. They could pull their power when needed. Feel like if I was Sony, I want to create an amiable relationship with Microsoft just to make a peaceful oligarchy of the video game market. That seems like the obvious play. I think there's too much competition there, to be honest with you. If they pull their investment from a dev, that dev will most likely go bankrupt. That's not true. Sven has talked about this openly before. Like, they've got a minority stake. You don't pull out a minority stake and then all of a sudden it's like, oh my God, we don't know how to operate. That's not the way it works. Also, honey, I probably just live a life of unbelievable opulence with my embezzled money and die of a heart attack. But damn, all my friends and family have knife holes and trust funds. Crazy. Yeah, I'm really enjoy the Beast People as well, Eric. These conversations are absolutely hilarious. If you have low ambition. Or if you know that you can entrust your legacy to your family and they're going to take it to even higher heights and you're just standing in the way. I'm like, yeah, this is... It's funny to me that it seems like almost all of Killing Shadow's conversation options are voice acted. She's the first party member that we've had like that. Most of them, they've got like a smattering of voice acting, and then I have to do most of the reading. Tap Taco Bell whenever I want. Scarlet Guard want my name to be Fine Ass. That is a pretty awesome name. Better food out there at Taco Bell. What's your favorite fast food restaurant, GM? I'm a fan of Taco Bell. My father actually used to take us there all the time. I think the Dorito tacos was an amazing move. I get Dorito tacos all the freaking time. Just pull their investment. They just sell those shares to other people. Exactly. They already put their money there. They can't take it away. Exactly. And again, these are minority investments. I can almost guarantee you Tencent is not interested in running these studios. They don't give a fuck about what games these people are making. They just want the money. Hey, in fact, they want them to make good games because they're like, I want that money to keep flowing. So keep them Baldur's Gate 3s coming.
What? I'm old enough to be everyone's father. This is disgusting.
Wow. I appreciate being included in this little, well, I'm not even really sure what to call this. It's not like any game I've ever played, but I'm gonna say nothing and pretend like I haven't heard a word anyone said. And then I'm gonna go sing myself a little amnesia.
Barrick looks at you and simply shakes his head in horror and disbelief.
How could Beast Woman choose any other? Would rut ebb good and hot fast? Would mate Alpha and would slaughter, carve back to pieces, slowly, savoring while slicing flesh from neck. Yep.
Wow, it doesn't even give you the opportunity to say your options. I like to spar with you.
Beast Woman gets to play fight with Alpha?
She immediately perks up, salivating and snarling happily. She rises on hind legs and swipes several practice swings to limber up. She splays her dark claws wide and pins you with an eager, blood-thrilling stare.
Come!
Before you can step even a single foot forward, the Beast Woman surges for you without warning, without waiting, tackling you hard about the waist. The force of her weight slams into you, her muscled shoulder rams into your gut, and you both tumble for the ground in a tangle of limbs and hair and claws. Lord, blast her off of you. Oh, snap. Why was that fear? Back pressed to the ground, your fingers fumble to form an apt signal, and you gasp for breath as the power bubbles between you and then bursts, slamming her through the air to land in a crumpled heap. Her bare chest sizzles, fur singed and stinking, and she whimpers once, her leg quivering where she slides it across the ground and tucked beneath her. She is slow to rise, her movements careful and pained. Alpha is strong mystic. She relents, bowing her head to you in defeat. Then she retches half-digested meat all over the ground. I'd like to know more.
Last of tribe. Tribe who killed
I'd like to know more about the tribe. Insufficient. Did I just
Lead
lose the loyalty I had with her? Hold on. Kills in Shadow. No, I still got one loyalty. You wounded Shadow during a sparring session, intimidating her. You know what? Unfortunately, I think I gotta go back. Because I wonder if that would have gotten me loyalty too, and then unlock those dialogue options so I can get the full scope of what she has to say. So, here, we should strategize.
Fate.
What do you know?
You are correct.
Yes.
Many humans.
Cute way of putting it.
What do you know?
Do not get
What do you know?
Lead conversation.
Tell me about the
Beast Woman will follow.
Do you know anything about Misfit?
Folds bound, make rock. Lead conversation.
What do you know
but our
about
tears.
Earthshakers?
I'm certain this.
Lead conversation. Beast.
Speak of other
Lead
matters.
conversation. Beast
I
Woman.
have a
What
question.
now does fate find a wish to?
What's your opinion? How do you assess her
Feet.
progress? Others in the pack.
Lead
Let's
conversation.
play. Oh yeah, let's
Beast
play a
Woman.
game.
Is it? How could Beast Woman choose any
Excellent.
other?
All right.
Rut ebb, good and hot fast.
Fate Bind, I
mate.
want you to bathe.
Should let
All
Beast.
right, I'd like you to spar. Athletics, head butter. Loyalty. Hands gripping her hairy shoulders to steady yourself. You ram your forehead as hard as you can into her swarthy snout. Bone crunches audibly, and Kills in Shadow howls, rearing back as blood spates down the front of her chin and throat. She gnashes her red-tinned fangs, pained and furious, and looking for a moment as if she may very well tear your throat out. But then she licks the blood coating her lips and grins at you dangerously. Beast woman likes fighting with Alpha. She purrs and carefully, sensually crawls back from you. No, wait, this is the sort of stuff shouldn't be saying if I plan to become a public figure in the games industry one day. I don't know about the brand, so I can burn for all I can as long as the people I love can have good lives. Fantastic. Hey, let me know when you get your own company, Cosmic. I'll come work for you. You can make me head of marketing. Need dark urge to visit Tencent. They have some sway in what is or isn't done to ensure what they think are good games. That could be true. Yeah, sure. I try and abuse my power, money, and privilege to make more money. I'll be morally bankrupt. Doesn't get or lose any money from a private sale. Yeah, Rick, I'm a fan of Kills in Shadow for sure. I need more characters like him. About to be mates in Shadow. All right, let's see. Opinion on something. Let's see if she'll answer some of these questions.
Fatebinder has good musk. Smells of bloodlust.
Wait, no, maybe that's
Lead
not the
conversation. Beast woman will follow.
Something we should strategize idea. Where's the one that we had before? How would you assess our progress?
Fatebinder has
How would you assess our progress? How would you like to proceed? How would you assess others in our pack?
Carlo, honored as savage fast keen as beast woman. But I'm
no,
not
these are not the ones I'm looking for. Wait,
conversation.
I want to follow that.
Beast woman will follow.
Hadn't any good hunts yet.
Cannot swim like beast woman. Only can sink.
So it won't let me get back to where I was asking about the tribes. That's interesting. If you're going to follow me, I'd like to know more about you.
What else does Alpha best?
Kills the Shadow.
Clever.
How'd you end up with Stone Stalker? Why are you leading a pack? Okay, it's the wrong way. You seem like Born Killer. I'd like to know more of your tribe. Oh, here we I'd like to know more of your tribe. Oh, insufficient reputation. Damn. All right.
Lead conversation. Beast woman will follow.
Fine, I want to know your opinion on something. How do you think of our pack? Her red eyes darken when cunning, and she shifts her stance, hunkering low as if to spring an attack. But rather than strike, she rakes clawed fingers through her thick mane, thinking, assessing. What are your thoughts on Lantry? She doesn't answer. But I asked about Barrick. Beast woman does not like this favorite.
But Kills in Shadow likes Barrick. Will not kill human yet. Want to hunt good and long. Make bleed, scream, ride. Mangle before kill.
Her eyes gleam darkly as she puts out a longing breath, wild tongue slick from salivation.
Human is tough like stone wall. Is hidden behind iron's shadow where beast woman cannot smell or scout weakness. But is noisy like crashing boar. Easily stalked.
This is the first time since Stalwart that I've felt vulnerable. I don't fear swords or spears. But this beast is something different.
What are your thoughts on Verse?
Good hunter. Reeks of blood to death. Is savage swift like beast woman.
That's a higher compliment to the beast than to me, but I appreciate the thought.
Nice. What are your thoughts on Ebb?
Human brood mother. Mystic.
Kills in Shadow tilts her head to one side as if listening intently to a sound discernible only to her ears.
Is strong. Breathes in gusts like ocean gale.
The first time I've been called a brood mother. That's not wholly inaccurate. Twins count as a brood of 2, right? Well, I'm mostly certain you meant that as a compliment, so thank you.
What are your thoughts on Serin? Insufficient. Okay, yeah. This is the other thing. She's one of those people who you have to bring her with you to get enough reputation with her. And I already remember her mechanics did not interest me, so we're going to move on. It's a broad daylight for the army. I want to romance the serial killer beast, but here we are. All right. And now, wait, hold on. We got the correct team now, right? Yep. We've got Seren. We'll find out. Hold on. We're not all rested, are we? Until next rest. What is this? Spire rest bonus. Let's get that Spire rest bonus. I never used my camping gear, so I don't know why I don't still have that rest bonus, but sure. Sure, let's rest for 8 hours. Ooh, they have a day-night cycle at the Spires. I didn't even realize that. All right. Oh, you know what? Let's check something else, too. He's got 99 lore. That's kind of wild. All right, we'll wait for 100, and then it's time to redo some of the stuff. Ooh, she's got over 50 lore, too. Yeah, we might need to go down the line on these people and redo their magic, but I'm just not interested in that right now. It's been a while. Let's kill something. Burning library. Now, let's see if my build so far for Seren actually works, because I'm honestly not sure that it does. Merrick feels his abstinence is vulnerable around kills. Received a missive. Ooh, 10 in favor 1. Dear Joker, based on what you've told me, it seems a stretch to believe these events are mere coincidence or circumstance. Kairos' edict of execution was a setup for someone to claim Ascension Hall. To think that Kairos did not know what would happen is a massive underestimation of the Overlord's long view. You have been thrust into the arena of the mighty. Your options are retreat into obscurity, suicide, or rising to the occasion. I suggest the third option. If I were you, I would use my connection to the Spires to see if they will all awaken in my presence. Every Tearsman sees the Spires in her horizon. If they know you are the master of the Spires, they will see you each time they look at the sunrise or sunset. Foster a reputation for power, make others fear you. This is what I've seen Kairos and every living Archon do for as long as I've lived, and there's reasons for this. There's the practical case that the power and a reputation insulate you from threats, but they're the lesser known element that I can't prove, but I know in my heart to be true. The fear and love of others will strengthen your magic. This last part I've inferred from my discussions with Bled and Mark. In the few times he has spoken of his gruesome work of slaying those who might rise to threaten the Overlord, he has hinted that it's easier to kill the rogue elements before they become famed and fearsome. In my lifetime, I saw Graven Ash change from an unknown militiaman to a fearsome general, and I can assure you, he did not have the power to shield his warriors in those days when he was without title or reputation. The Archons will never, ever discuss the origins of their power, because such knowledge might be used against them. But I have known all the Archons to be obsessed with the presentation of power. Your connections to the Spires will all but guarantee the Archons will want to control and destroy you. It's a question of when, not if. Start thinking and acting like Archons. As far as I'm concerned, you are an Archon, the Archon of the Spires. We are quick to place labels on powers we easily spot. And history is replete with Archons of fire and ice. It is foolish to think that there must be a word for a thing before an Archon can control it. Other way around. The Archons show us what is possible, and we must step to their dance. Myothis. Ask about the Archons and how they've risen to power. Dear Myothis, I appreciate the insight and am honored by your vote of confidence. Your missive made mention of Graven Ash and how you've known of him since before he wore the title Archon of War. Can you tell me more of what you observed of his rise to power? If I am indeed an Archon, it's safe to say I wasn't born knowing what I can or can't do, and it stands to reason I might learn something from the stories of other Archons. Fascinating, Sind. All right. Burning library. Just trying to say. I think the missive system is fantastic. It's a way for them to give you more information about the game and flesh out the world building, but without the cost of voice acting or trying to figure out a whole back and forth conversation. I'm sure it's probably easier to write these letters back and forth than a full dialogue trying to consider all the different responses you might have. Do you remember how the letters from Myothis end? I do not, James. I remember very little about this game, to be honest with you. Seems like a bizarrely helpful pen pal. I agree, Cosmic. All right, this seems like a wide open area.
Yeah,
Steps
no.
up here. Those? What's that? The corpses of sages are skewered on these spikes. Their skin has been blackened by the heat of magma belching from nearby fissures. Well, that's not particularly inviting, is it? And that's as far as they'll let us go over there. Okay. To the stairs. Whoa. I do not see what they're referring to. Oh, is it up there? That's
Found something.
Look at that. Won't let it go from there, but that's fine. All right. Hello. Oh, there are people here. The soldier walking past catches a glimpse of you and immediately points her spear towards you. The censor will be very interested in your presence, Fatebinder. She is near the entrance of the library. Go now. Very well.
That wasn't so hard.
The censor's up there. So we should go over here first. Bold talk. Oh, can I actually stealth stuff over here? Nice. Who are you? Just a regular beastman? Okay. What's in this? Couple of gems. Very nice. Quick save here. Bold talk. Sorry. Go
No
away.
dice.
All right, fine. If you want to be that way. Give me a prime. Tanan seems to really enjoy you. Yeah, because I'm living a very lawful life, in his eyes at least. Let's just say you don't get all the answers and lose your pen pal. Oh, nice. That doesn't surprise me. I feel like Tanan is the most interesting Archon. He seems so mysterious in comparison to the two others we met. He is. He is. There are layers to him. I still don't feel like I really know him, even though I have high favor with him. Oh, so looks like there's two ways into the library, okay. So first let's go over here. Well, actually here, we're at the center, so let's talk to him. Hopefully it's not an all-out brawl, because I feel kind of surrounded right now. Stay your weapons. This is Tunnen's Fatebinder. The censor makes a swift motion to our soldiers, then pauses to look you up and down. And what a complicated pleasure it is to find you in my camp. Now, what would the wild dog want with my library? It wasn't enough to turn your back on your master and piss on everyone who put you where you were. Are you here to try and take this away too? The only reason I've instructed my soldiers to show restraint is because of the sensitive operation ongoing in the ruins, one that I don't intend to disturb. The players in that little game have enough to keep themselves occupied. With that said, I wasn't hesitate to kill you if it proved necessary. So, why don't you tell me what you're doing here and we'll see how this goes. I'm here for the Silent Archive, not for any of you. Tell me what you know about the Edict of Fire. The censor laughs, the sound hollow and absent of any mirth. Why? It's not as though you're going to be able to do anything with the information. She moves closer to you. Her rank breath caresses your cheeks as she speaks to you. I believe the Silent Archive at the heart of the Villium Citadel was never destroyed. She says this almost conspiratorially. If that's true, it would explain why the edict is ongoing. She points toward the entrance in the mountain wall. If someone went to get down there and remove the Silent Archive from the library, I'm willing to wager it could be used to fulfill Kairos' will. Now, as much as I enjoy entertaining your company, I need every man and woman here to continue scouring the library. If you would do me the honor of making yourself scarce, I can refocus on more important matters. I'm here to search the library. Let me pass. Absolutely not. The library is too important to let the likes of you inside. I don't have time to discuss the matter further. You are free to leave. If you step further into my camp, then I will find a more expedient way to deal with you. I guess I screwed that up. Hold on. I thought I would get a chance to circle back and take the athletics choice that would let me in, but apparently not. Rewatching this is making me sad. We're probably not going to get a sequel to the game. I never say never. Athletics, if you don't want to see your blood decorating this camp, I suggest you let me into the ruins. A blood chanter glances around nervously around his comrades, wiping his sweat-filled brow. He backs away slowly before breaking into a run, careful not to alert his allies. You're quite the aggressor, aren't you? That might intimidate one of these weak-kneed shits, but I've been in the game far too long to be impressed. Let me give you another option. You can lay down your arms and surrender. She rolls her eyes, unperturbed by your aggression. I don't have time for this nonsense. There's a time and place for bloodlust, and sadly, I've got an operation to oversee. We're under attack. Kill the Faithbinder. Throw yourselves at him if you must. Oh, she runs.
You're just...
Wasn't that nice? Alright, well, if I had known... Okay, so first of all, here. You must run back. If I had known it was going to be like this, I would have prepared a little better.
Wait!
Why aren't you running back? Can you not run back? I guess you can't run back? That can't be. Alright. Wait, maybe you can run this way? Nope. And you just got hit. I'll do that. There's some spectral blur on you. She's singing her little songs. Fatigued and dazed. What's the problem? There we go.
Consider it done.
This isn't working all that well. You know what? What is that? She's got one. What is this? And just quickly rise into the air and unleash a single note before the power of the crystal. Her magic clears around the negative effect and briefly protects them. No. Faithbinder rips a chunk of stone from the earth and tosses it into the air. The shattering stone and bone causes soul and send raining stones from the sky, damaging enemies in the area. Impacting the boulder causes a shockwave to fall explosion, dazing enemies in a large area. This sounds much better. Okay. You already healed yourself once, so is this now?
That one fucking sounds like that hurts.
Okay. Now, yep. Let's do that. Actually, wait, does this impact allies? Let's make sure it doesn't. She did that. Oh, she's also got a heal, so she'll do that. You know what? The second one, that's fine. What can you do? We already have mirror image. Yeah, we need.
I suppose I can do that.
Bleed out, you little
bad shape. Really, really bad shape. She's continue focus on you, Lantry. You don't have any. I keep forgetting to get my healing potions divvied out properly. I've got to have some healing potions. I'm sure I do. And there we go. All right, now we should be able to wipe you. Yep, there we go. And you're out of here as well, aren't you? And there we go. Woo! And really, none of y'all
I'm
got
on it.
anything on your person, huh? That kind of sucks. Yeah, I'm not sure my grandchildren will enjoy watching me play Tyranny 2. Protege, what's going on, man? Boss Page, how are you doing, dude? This is great. What I missed. We're at the Burning Library now. We already did Barrack's quest. Turns out that Graven Ash's favor is what's causing the armor to not leave him. So I'm sure that kind of sucks for him. Okay. That's that, and then yeah, haste.
As you command.
The other one I want the most for haste. There we go. And first you put this on yourself.
Heads up, we have company.
Just point me in the right direction.
Your days end here.
Oh, you're not going anywhere.
We'll have your head. Very nice.
Right.
Very nice, very, very nice. And then finally,
You have
you
no.
all. Actually, I was a little too quick with that. Probably could have stood to
Try a different weapon.
do that a little. Take a little time before I did that.
Sorry about that.
Let them think.
Yep, I can already tell this is not going well. What is this again? Oh.
Think they can hit me.
Could this weapon be any more useless?
Oh, I never used this?
Oh, that one fucking hurt.
Problem. Hold on. You. What? Lantry, move. Here, you, come a little closer. And you, come here. Then, will it allow me to do this? Why isn't it allowing me to? I should be able to get all of it. Alright. Can I get both of you? Fine, I'll settle for both of you. Boom, 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 boom. You. Heal her. You. Don't you have a heal? You don't have a heal, but you have this.
I'll take that.
There we go. That's excellent. Almost. Oh no, you just used this. That's fine. She needs to give you some help. The what bonuses you have right now? You do not have spectral blur. You do not have mirror image. Does she have mirror image? She doesn't. She has this.
An awful lot of red.
Okay. Come on, heal verse. Thank you. Thank you. Alright, now this. You. This is haste for you. And then you, I hope you're using your stuff. Aria Pain. What happens if she follows her voice, raises her pistol? Those called an attack take arcane damage and are interrupted. Yeah, there we go. Oops. There
I'll take care of it.
Like that. Oh, yeah, that was very nice. That was very nice. Wiped him out, wiped him out. And Tyranny is close to the front line and is not going down easy at all. She's actually holding steady. I like this.
I'm not
That
being
worked
old
quite
and
well.
lazy. I genuinely can't move.
That worked quite well. Jacob, what's going on, man? How are you? Well, as much as I hate waking up so early, getting some slander out of it is nice. Thanks, man. Glad you enjoyed it. Very cute pen pal friendship. This game needs an option to yeet Barrack for the tower. PG-13 says came from having rendered cutscenes. This game seems to have more reactivity than anything Larian has done. Or maybe it's just because of riding the popularity of D&D. No, I don't think it's riding the popularity of D&D. In fact, D&D might have hurt it a little bit, to be honest with you. I think Baldur's Gate 3 got so popular because it felt so open. The level of creativity you can use in character creator, putting your people together, and how easy it is to make engaging content about it. Like when people put together clips of those different conversations and the interactions you can have, it really, really draws people in when they see that on TikTok and they see it on Twitter, and it makes you want to play the game. I feel like that counts for a lot. In fact, in one of the interviews Finn talked about, he mentioned it's very important for him to have his game on as many platforms as possible and make sure it's easy to see. Like it's easy for people to consume content about his game. That's part of his business strategy. And I think Baldur's Gate 3 just absolutely has that in spades. It would be difficult for me to make engaging content based on Tyranny, right? Like you all might have seen, I've done like a couple of shorts. Like I got a short write up regarding Road Trader. It sucks. It sucks because I'm using my voice, and I think the voice acting is okay, but the characters are stationary. So it's hard to make that a visually interesting experience to be watching these stationary characters while you have this voice and voice overlay, right? Especially since in that window, I can't put in the dialogue that shows you, what they're gonna say. So I'm just putting in the usual subtitles and text. It's just not all that great. Whereas with Baldur's Gate 3, you could take pretty much any sequence, cut it up, and it's very easy to put it out in a way that's digestible. Makes people look at it and says, oh, that's kind of cool, that's really interesting. I want to experience that for myself in the game. Tyranny doesn't give you that. It doesn't give you that at all. And I think that's super important in today's day and time. Question SG, looking at buying Tyranny tonight, but doing a bit of research. Heard the game has some bad bugs with the DLC and some abilities that are bugged. Have you encountered those issues? No. As far as I know, there are no problems now. At least not that I've been able to tell. Tutorial for 2 and all, the heist in 3. Oh, have you played the Payday games? I've never played the Payday games before. You know what I need? I need more heist games, like in a vein of Thief or Dishonored. Yeah, I would love a good heist game. Heist games and detective games. I feel like we don't get enough good versions of those. Until 5 a.m. trying to do photo machine heist on stealth. Nice. Montesine is like for Tyranny and Pillars of Eternity. I've never checked for Pillars of Eternity, but I doubt it's all that much for Tyranny because the game just didn't sell all that well. Like there has to be a large enough community, and then there's the modding community is going to be a small percentage of that. If your game barely sells anything, then it's hard to get some really good mods out of that. Yeah, the Thief games are always a good time. The lack of actual heist in GTA 5 is really disappointing. Interesting. I wonder about that. I played GTA 5 for a couple of hours, and it just didn't really vibe with me. I could tell I was kind of forcing myself to play, so I stopped. But one of the reasons I picked it up was I was really interested in the heist and whether or not they were any good. Oh yeah, I love Seren's backstory, Boss Page. I was in awe having that conversation. I thought she was fantastic. Is there build variety in Witcher 3? Yeah, there's a lot of build variety. Dishonored style heist game, cool ass superpowers. What's the game they did after Dishonored, the time loop one that a lot of people disliked? Did that have heist or a heist mechanic in it? And the voice acting with rendered cutscenes is what's making it more user-friendly. Yep, maybe Obsidian could take that and add their suite of choices and reactivity. The problem with this is it has to look engaging. When I see what they've done with Avowed, even though it's gonna have, I assume, the full cutscenes and the voice acting and all that, it doesn't look nearly as impressive as Baldur's Gate 3. Like, it's not enough that you just have the rendered content. It has to look impressive and engaging where a person's like, oh wow, I really know what's going on with that. Like with Baldur's Gate 3, and here's another part too, romance was a huge selling point for Baldur's Gate 3. And I'm not just talking about the bear stuff, that's shock value. A lot of people play because of that scene with Gale on the boat out in the river. Like a lot of it looked romantic. And the fact that flirtation and human interaction was such a huge part of the game and displayed front and center helped a lot to sell it, right? Avowed's not giving you all that. I think they already came out and made it clear that there won't even be any romances in the game, right? So it's like they're trying to appeal much more to the standard CRPG crowd, whereas Larian Studios made a CRPG that they wanted to ensure will appeal to everybody. So I seriously, Avowed is not going to have the same appeal, but maybe Obsidian's next game will have the same appeal. To be honest with you, I don't even have a lot of confidence in that though, because it seems like they've decided this is their lane. Avowed looks a lot like Outer Worlds, right? And that's by design. Obsidian at first tried to go above and beyond, and they're like, this is way too out there. We're going to fail. This is going to be terrible. Let us stick with what we know. Outer Worlds is what we know. But I disagree that from Pillars of Eternity, the Outer Worlds style of game is what should have been their evolution. Like if you look at Larian Studios, they had a Vinny Original Sin 2, and then Baldur's Gate 3 is the evolution of that. I can understand that thought process. I see that as a good business model. Looking at Pillars of Eternity 2 and then looking at Avowed, that business model doesn't make sense to me. I don't feel like it's going in the direction that Obsidian should be going. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong. We haven't actually played the game yet, right? We've just got 10 minutes worth of gameplay clips. So we'll see what the what the final part is. But here's the other thing I say. I think Obsidian really shot itself in the foot by having that CGI trailer that had such a dark, eerie environment and did so much to spark people's imagination about what Avowed did, because that CGI trailer has nothing to do with the actual product that has been displayed thus far. And that's really going to be tough for them to get over. Like, the game looks very cartoony, right? Compared to that grim, dark realism that was displayed in the first CGI trailer, that to me is much more distinctive and honestly made me think about Pillars of Eternity 1. And if you saw my Deadfire review, you'll know that I felt like the tone and the dark grimness of Pillars of Eternity 1 was much more unique and distinct than the tone we got in Deadfire, even though Deadfire is an incredible game and in many ways is a better game than Pillars of Eternity 1. And so I think part of the issue is they started marketing too early, and then when they didn't market a realistic portrayal of their game. It's interesting to contrast that with New Arc Line, which we were talking about earlier, who released a CGI trailer last year. However, they added in clips of gameplay as well. So even though the CGI trailer looks much better and much cleaner than what's in the actual game, because they put gameplay footage in there, it was like, okay, you're giving me the marketing part, but you're also giving me a realistic portrayal of what I'm going to get. To me, that's how you do it. And that's actually reflected in the trailer they released a couple of days ago. It's got very strong CGI, clear, clean, very engaging, really markets the game well, but at the same time, they put in the actual gameplay footage, which does not look as good, but it's providing the actual representation of what you're gonna play to make sure, hey, we're not trying to pull the wool over your eyes. We're just giving you some jazz and pizzazz to try to draw you in, but we also want to be real about what it is that we're doing. Obsidian didn't do that. Hopefully they do it with Outer Worlds 2. We'll see. BG3 got so many people who never even played video games playing it. Exactly. I don't have too much confidence in Avowed. I have confidence in Obsidian, so that gives me some degree of confidence in Avowed, but I don't know. We'll see. If Avowed is on Game Pass, I'll pay it. I don't think I'll buy it. I think there's probably a lot of people who feel that way, unfortunately, but maybe there's some information that's going to come out soon that'll change people's minds. Yeah, cinematic dialogue and romance. Basically, Mass Effect. Yep, in a lot of ways. Exactly. Mass Effect would kill in this environment. Like, of course, it was a smash hit regardless, but in this current day setting with TikTok and Twitter and the way people share that kind of stuff back and forth, like if Mass Effect 5 is anything like the original original trilogy, it'll absolutely kill, because people will cut up all that content and put it out and absorb it, and it'll spread like wildfire. Yeah, that trailer was so different from the reveal. Exactly. Picked up Tyranny just now. I remember when this thing was like, when I was like, over 7? Yeah. Much better. Oh, bait and switch. Just standing. plus Tales of the Tears. This one has absolutely terrible reviews. I probably won't want it. There's hard reviews for that. May just get standard or deluxe. A few hours long. I know where the Coke's toast to look at. Nice. City Rise relies too much on reading and isometrics. They know their audience though. Like they're going for that. Oh, you know what? That's what I was gonna do. I was gonna rest. Yep. Go ahead and rest. They know their audience, and they know that most of that audience is used to those type of games. So it's kind of different. All right. I kind of feel the same way about Outcat. It depends on what's your goal. To me, if your goal is to try to move as many units as you can, then yeah, you're gonna have to evolve. I remember what was the game? Rogue Trader. When I did my review for Rogue Trader, I said it was a step in a positive direction for them to do the cinematics. The cinematics weren't all that impressive, but hopefully in the next game they're gonna expand on it even more, because they're going to have to get more cinematic and interactive and have more voice acting to get the type of exposure and sales that they really want to. A couple of people responded to me, basically like, who are you to tell Outcat what to do? And maybe they don't even want to make games like that and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, that ain't the fucking point, all right? I'm a consumer of the content. I'm telling you, and I want to see this business stay afloat. So I'm telling y'all, as a person who's consuming it, talking to other people that are consuming it, and see the trends and see the wave, if you want to really grow this and be able to be on solid footing and become like the Larens and whatnot, your stuff has got to expand. All this reading and all this lack of voice acting, people are not going to like it. They're not going to get into it. Like, so do you want to? Are you in business to make money or not? If you're not, that's cool. But as the consumer, who's also a critique, I'm going to just say what I feel. It's not about what Outcat wants to do. Like, what the fuck? That's not what I should have to consider in my content. This passageway has been blocked by a magical field. It isn't clear how one might remove it. Maybe that's the way that I come back out. We'll see. Tsunami wave. Yep. It's all on sale, part of the gold edition. Mass Effect YouTube shorts get a ton of views, but if it released these days, it'd be pulling even more. Exactly. I'm just thinking of how they could do a smash like Baldur's Gate 3. Like, to me, honestly,
No dice.
Avowed could have been smashed, but I think the way they handle it, it won't be. But there are a lot of other things that could be smashes. To be frank, I'm actually a little surprised Microsoft didn't try to, well, maybe they tried, I don't know, but I'm surprised Microsoft wouldn't get their hands on the KOTOR license and let Obsidian take a crack at it. There's a lot of people who feel like KOTOR 2 is better than KOTOR 1. And that Obsidian, and especially right now, Obsidian is clearly the superior studio to BioWare, so they should be the ones to really close KOTOR out. Instead of getting a remake, I'd rather the series get closed out, to be frank. So that would be fantastic. Microsoft has the Arcanum license. They should absolutely give Obsidian that Arcanum license. Let them take a crack at it. Obsidian could 100% be a smash hit. Like, it's got that old school CRPG audience who would play it regardless, and you could set it up as long as you had those fully rendered cutscenes and that voice acting. If you handle it right, there's no reason it can't be fantastic. To be honest, Pillars of Eternity 3, there's no reason it can't be fantastic. That it can't be a smash hit for them. Remember, yes, most people, or rather there's a ton of people who have not played Pillars of Eternity 1 or 2. But let's be honest, there's a ton of people who never played Witcher 1 or Witcher 2 who play Witcher Wild Hunt. Why? Because it was an incredible game. It was an incredible game that got incredible marketing, and people were like, okay, I may not completely understand what's going on with this, but I'm gonna just dive into it anyway because it looks so freaking awesome. So if you make a great game, the people will come. So just make a great game. I don't think Obsidian can. They can. It's not going to be like Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 is lightning in a bottle. But there's no reason Obsidian can't have a smash hit for that would work for them. This is the first time I think I've heard Slater swear. It's rare, but it happens. Like if Obsidian and Lyran hooked up in the bad movie, this. Thank you, both Spade. The video game developers just made games that I want that we all be better off. I understand the feeling. So let's be real. Microsoft doesn't even know what they're doing with their gaming division. They do. They do. They have a plan. I see it. I see it. Their plan is, we don't know how to make good games, so get other studios who know how to do that. And frankly, I think the plan is smart. But see, I don't think Microsoft is really the issue. I think Obsidian is the issue. Like, I don't understand what Obsidian is doing right now. I really don't. I really don't. And I think it is going to be telling what happens with Josh Sawyer next. All right, y'all let him make Pentiment. He was tired. He wanted to do something different. He's an artist. Okay, cool. He's had that. Now what? Now what? What are they going to move him to next to really get the ball rolling? I wish I were in a position of power. Microsoft. Hey, speaking about Arcanum, heard anything about this New Arc Line thing? Yeah, Jacob, a trailer came out a couple of days ago. I got a video about New Arc Line coming out tomorrow. If I get Meet a Dragon, like, it's crazy to have that much money and resource and be that incompetent when it comes to the gaming division, but it's possible. I mean, like, if I could Jaden Empire 2 as a turn-based ISO with render custody voice, I'd be so happy. Yeah, there's so many people who want a sequel to Jade Empire. I don't know if we'll ever get it. Find a way past Magic Barrier. This passageway has been blocked by a magical field. It isn't clear how one will remove it. This door happens when masters of warding magics compare notes for centuries. Regular doors and boring locks fall out of fashion. I was hoping the Edict of Fire had done us a favor and burnt away all these barriers, but we're not so lucky. There's a sequence to lower the barriers, but as custom and paranoia dictates, the sages use different sequences every day. And I'm guessing whomever set this one is long gone, likely dead. We'll need to look for something that might help. The sages used a lot of their power for hiding behind walls. Can't say I'm impressed. All right. Oh, there's probably, oh wait, the sacred chorus that are in here don't know that I turned against the ones outside though. Karis's edict has transformed the floor into, whoa. Lantry stops suddenly and looks around, his eyes wide. I almost didn't recognize it. He points southeast down the hall. This is where we made parchment. There used to be dozens of hides stretched out on enormous drying racks, filthy piles of goat hair, vats of rendering fat. Quite a busy workshop we had going. And it also happened to smell like diseased pigs defecating on burning goats. I don't miss. Here, we'll just do this again. Yep. Kairos' edict has transformed this floor into a molten lake of fire. Had the sages more time to prepare, larger swaths of the library would have been saved. Yeah, we'll fix everything when I graduate. I'm looking forward to it, Cosmic. The reason why I think Mass Effect got so popular is because it got people who don't like sci-fi that much to actually enjoy it. Like, I don't like sci-fi at all, but I'm loving Mass Effect. Okay. Reason why Mass Effect was so popular. One, BioWare really was a trendsetter in a lot of ways for RPGs, and it doesn't get credit. That whole system of showing people only a small part of what they're going to say, and then clicking on it, and then waiting for the dialogue, and then the dialogue prompt for what you'll say next coming up before the character you're speaking to has actually finished saying what they're going to say. That's all BioWare, right? So Mass Effect started that. And that back and forth, fully rendered, different camera angle conversation felt completely new when they came out with it, right? That's number one. Number two, Mass Effect looked freaking cool at all times. From the back, you had those weapons clipped onto your back. All the metal looked fantastic. The aliens looked beautiful. Like, it didn't matter what angle you were looking at, what scene you were looking at, Mass Effect always looked incredible. So even though that was before the age of TikTok and Twitter and all that, people were just taking screenshots. They were just taking screenshots, and you were looking at trailers, and it just looked freaking cool. Also, Mass Effect was sci-fi. How many AAA sci-fi games do we actually have with fully rendered, fully interactive conversations? Virtually none. Virtually none. So on multiple different levels, Mass Effect just hit all the right notes before pretty much any other developers. That's why it was so huge. And on top of that, it came at a time where BioWare was rolling. They already had KOTOR. I think I can't remember. I think Mass Effect came out before Dragon Age 1, but Dragon Age 1 was about to come out. So it was at a time where pretty much everything BioWare touched was considered to be gold, right? So all of that together made Mass Effect massively popular, and then BioWare just knew how to cash in with Mass Effect 2 and keep the ball rolling. That's why it hit so well. Yeah, it is crazy how far they've fallen off. It's just real pretty. Exactly. Great sci-fi. So dope. Love Miranda renders. Yeah. Just on multiple ways, BioWare just hit it out the park with the Mass Effect series. Multiple ways. Like, I'm a huge fan of Dragon Age, but I definitely appreciate Mass Effect even more. Because more than any other game that I've played, Mass Effect got taking the same character through multiple games right. In my opinion, they did it way better than CDPR, because CDPR retconned major parts of what you did in the Witcher series, and I hated it. And BioWare did not. There were a couple of threads that they dropped the ball on, like the Rachni Queen. I don't feel like that whole thread was handled with nearly the amount of care it should have been, considering how big it was in Mass Effect 1, right? And there are a couple of other things where you could look at it and be like, they didn't do that quite right. And of course, the actual ending of the series could have been better. But for the most part, BioWare respected your choices. If you made a major choice in the game, it mattered in the next game, or at least it was acknowledged in the next game. They just didn't retcon it to suit their own purposes, whereas CDPR couldn't stand it, man. As you approach the bodies at the end of the hall, the sage makes a low squeal of fear and falls over, fiending death. I almost want to say, do to kill the sage. I don't have time for this. Wow, I'm convinced both of these bodies are totally dead. Ooh, favor with blood and mark. Oh, that's interesting. The sage sighs and looks up at you. I wasn't sure that would work. Well, I was absolutely sure it wouldn't, but how was I supposed to know you weren't another one of those gangs? They're everywhere. I've been hiding in the area ever since the edict tore this place apart. You can never be too careful. He stops, staring intently at you. You're a fate binder. He coughs, blood flecking his lips. He wipes them clear with the back of his hand. I can't believe there's a fate binder in the Vellum Citadel. You're the one that declared the edict here. You know, it's because you warned us about what was to come that we were able to cast a spell to preserve the Citadel before the edict could destroy it. I don't know if anyone got to thank you for that. Kind of backfired on us, though. It didn't stop the edict. It just froze everything in places as it was being destroyed. Preservation is preservation, I suppose. He shrugs, winces, and coughs up more blood. Not that it's doing any of us any good with all the Scarlet Chorus in here. Did you see how many of those thugs ran in? When I saw them enter, I knew I couldn't stay in hiding any longer. I had to come in and prevent anyone else from getting in, so I activated the barrier by the door. Fascinating. So then you just sprouted wounds? I came over here to destroy the piece of the passcode so no one could get through. He points at the shelf behind him. But this one must have followed me. He attacked me and told me he'd kill me if I didn't tell him how to get through. He laughs and winces again. You can see how well that went for him. Please, Fatebinder, you have to protect the Citadel from the Scarlet Cores. Don't let them destroy it. That piece of the passcode will get you through the first barrier. Find the rest and keep them from these monsters. They can't be allowed to unlock our secrets. Why not? Lance would probably appreciate it. Let me bind those wounds. It's okay. I know I'm not long for this world. Don't worry about a single sage when there's so much more to save. Just keep the Citadel safe, please. He lets out a quiet moan and then falls dead at your feet. All right.
That shelf is glowing like it's trying to get your attention.
Indeed. They had a Midas touch in the 2000s. Yep. You gotta think of it. Mass Effect was the first series with a single protagonist to allow you to transfer choices between different games. It wasn't the first one, but it's the first one to do it well. The other games were like small ones and weren't nearly as good. Mass Effect was the first one to like really do that well. And frankly, again, I haven't seen a game do it better. I feel CDPR retconned a lot of the events of The Witcher due to the console release of Witcher 3. But it was more than that because it wasn't just that they retconned, it was that they chose one over the other. You know, so you would have two options and they would just say, well, this one is the canon choice. So to me, that's not really about the console release because it's not like you're doing something completely different. It's that you're just saying, and when you played Witcher 2, I made you think that this was an important choice and that you had agency and that it mattered what you were going to do and that this decision, this major decision, was going to transfer to Witcher 3. But then I got to Witcher 3 and I realized, oh, it'd be kind of complicated to have to consider both choices. So any, meeny, miny, mo, this one is the real one. We're just going to run with that. And they got almost no flack for that. No flack from that. From an audience that used to hammer BioWare all the time. I found it maddening. I found it maddening. When I played Witcher 3, I was really disappointed by that aspect of it, to be honest with you. And they thought transfer the DA series too. DA series transfers the world, but it doesn't transfer the character, which is a little easier in my opinion. I mean, even tip sort of that was Obsidian with Pillars of Eternity. Yeah, it doesn't feel as front and center. Like, I feel like even though technically you transfer your character in Pillars of Eternity, to me, the transfer you do feels a lot more like Dragon Age than it does like Mass Effect. It feels more like a world state transfer because they put you in a completely different place around completely different characters. Whereas in Mass Effect, when you transfer, you're around all of the same people, and these people all know who you are, and they're very, very familiar with the choices that you have made. So who you are as an individual means a lot more. Whereas in Pillars of Eternity, you transfer over to Deathfire, it's a whole new place. None of these people really know you, so it's basically like a brand new game. It's just that some of the aspects of the world and the decisions that you make still matter. Most Witcher 3 players never played 1 or 2 and have zero knowledge of past events, which is why they got away with it. Whereas I'd say a lot of the people who played Mass Effect 3 played Mass Effect 1 and 2. Yorvith is exactly what I'm talking about, Abandonment. I thought that was unforgivable. I thought some of the retconning regarding how you handle Trish in Witcher 1 was also absolutely insane. Take care, Jovi. Have a good one. I think people were just disappointed that retroactively their choice didn't matter. Exactly. The Everything Bad World State from Deathfire is incredibly compelling. Really? I've seen it before, but I've never actually played it. All right. This book contains a number of distinctive symbols and phrases that are repeated multiple times. They are likely significant. How fortuitous, Landry exclaims, looking over your shoulder at the scrap of paper you pulled from the shelf. That truly is a part of the passcode needed to bypass the barrier protecting the silent archive. I haven't been this excited since I learned my first sigils. Truth is, in all my decades at the Vellum Citadel, I never once set foot anywhere near the archive. He starts thumbing through the shelf, opening books, flipping through the pages, and shaking them by the spine to loosen any loose scrap of parchment that might be hidden within. What's this? Ink stirring pole.
I think you need to find a younger slave to haul your detritus.
What? Okay, we're good. The scrolls here are blank. It looks like they were stored here along with implements and ingredients to make ink. Though the amount of heat rushing through this fissure is intense, the lower floor somehow remains intact.
The structural damage is less severe up ahead.
It isn't clear why the library has been wholly
investigate.
consumed by lava. Structural damage is less severe up ahead. We should investigate. Okay.
No dice.
And I can't go up through there.
See? Every once in a great while, things are easier than I expect. Though I doubt any other barriers are going to be this easy to bypass. Keep that phrase. This is a good sign. If they had not secured the silent archive, they wouldn't have bothered to leave passcodes for any returning sages.
Try to make a pass at her. Whoa, you killed her? Oh, that's crazy. One that makes me want to listen to the story like Mass Effect 1 did. At ADHD. The stories are incredible. And the console is trying 1 and 2 didn't matter. Eder is your main party member, Cosmic, in the Pillars of Eternity universe. Straight up finished Deathfire without romancing anyone because I put all my eggs in the other basket. Yeah, Mass Effect is definitely my personal favorite series. Exactly. How exactly you think you're going to get away? An exasperated voice asked. The sensor is right outside the door and there's no other way out of this fucking oven. Hey, you, come here. I want to talk to you. A haggard man stands in the middle of a group, addressing them through clenched teeth. They are lounging in the room, almost completely ignoring him. If you can't get in line, I swear I'll leave you to burn in this forge. Do you want that? Just listen to me and we can all get out of here with our eyebrows intact. They're glowing parchment fragments. How hard could they be to find? He notes your approach and calls out, shooting the rest of the group an admonishing look. Fatebinder, what are you doing here? He looks back at his gang. I thought you fools blocked the passageways. One of his men snorts and shrugs, then goes back to ignoring him. Do my ears deceive me, or did you just question my actions? Your man recoils, and a look of terror crosses his eyes. No, only meant it was odd to meet you here. He glances at his men, who are restraining laughter at his expense. Forgive me, Fatebinder. He attempts an awkward bow, eliciting more laughs from his group. I figured the censor sent you here to check up on us. Don't worry, we'll be the first group to get through that barrier and find the silent archive. Of course you will. A disorganized group of malcontents led by a man who can't even keep control of them. That's some real competition, I tell you. I'd be surprised if you made it out of this room, let alone to the archive. You watch that pretty mouth. We may be in competition, but these soldiers are still Scarlet Corps. As if that mattered one claw. You speak about it like it's some glorious calling. Leader or grunt, you're all still clamoring around in a dung pile. Whether you're buried underneath or standing on top, you still reek of shit. Because your dung pile is so different than mine, at least I'm at the top. Remember that the next time the Voices of Narat buys you a pretty dress. Damn! I'm sorry, Mr. Seren. I didn't know you were here. Fat Alston makes an awkward bow to the mocking delight of his men. I don't mean to imply I was in any way superior to you. It's the heat and these fools. They're as scared as baby beastmen. Do you need anything else? Interesting. Yes, he's the guy on the beach. You shot him? Yorvith isn't in Witcher 3 at all? That's correct, Protege. They basically retconned it where you never had the option of siding with him in the first place. In Witcher 3, it always assumes you sided with the king. Or you sided with Roche, actually. Never used Pallegina, mostly because I play Paladins, but also because I just don't like her. I like Pallegina, especially her visual design. So many people in chat killing her. Yeah, I never even considered killing Eder. Yep, take care, Cosmic. He was a companion. I accidentally engaged combat instead of talking. Are you serious? That's crazy. I was playing The Witcher 3 and trying to get all the cards and realizing I missed the first one for the Palace dude. Yeah, he's easy to miss. What exactly are you doing in here? He looks at his men who stare back blankly. I assumed you knew. Why else would the censor have let you in? He shrugs, absent-mindedly scratching his armpit. She's put us in here to compete. We're supposed to find the silent archive. And isn't it just like the chorus to have a contest that gets a score of decent soldiers killed? Which is why we're bent on finding the archive first. He glares at his crew. Rather, we were bent on finding it. This lot are squeamish as babes who don't want to singe the hair on their toes. Haven't even found a single piece of the passcode. We blocked the passes so no one could follow us, and then they sat down and refused to move. What's so special about the archive? It's the heart of the Vellum Citadel. They say the most valuable records are stored there, books that only the senior sages knew about before the cataclysm. The Voices of Narat wants it destroyed so that the Kairos' wrath against the sages is complete. The archive is said to have some magical properties too. Alston frowns. Supposedly the archive is the sole reason the library is still standing. I don't know, we're just looking for it. Address the sages. I helped you once and warned you about Kairos' edict. Help me destroy these fools and you may yet still live. Damn it, Fatebinder, what are you doing? Alston says he draws his weapon. The sages, bolstered by your words, attack Alston and his group. Excellent. Oh, the sages are in scarlet chorus clothing. That's hilarious. All right, versus the one who's up front. Excellent. And
I'm not here to make friends.
Ooh, I keep forgetting. She needs this. And she needs this. And she'll give herself that.
I must.
And you, one of these were in red, right? But they're no longer in red. So I guess we'll just attack you. Fine. You guys are going down like butter. Very nice, very, very nice. Guess the sages have nothing to say, huh? What's this? Red moss poultice. This pungent smelling swab of linen is a red moss poultice, a traditional green worn herbal remedy for smoke inhalation and foul air. Unfortunately, this torrent cannot be used. You can sell this to a merchant in spare parts. Oh, okay.
You've got to be kidding me. No.
So you really set me on this Mass Effect journey, and man, how's the gaming real? It's like gaming perfection. That's awesome. I'm glad you enjoyed it, dude. Had to play the game again to get them all. It's rough. Plan on doing a Witcher series playthrough. Yeah, it sucks. Those decisions don't matter to Witcher 3. I definitely plan to play through all of them. Don't get me wrong. Witcher is an incredible series. Well worth playing. Anybody who hasn't experienced it yet absolutely should. It's just that particular aspect of it that gets to me. This is going back and play the Roach route in Witcher 2, and it's so lame compared to Yorvith and Dragon Mama. Yeah! It's not nearly as good. It's not nearly as good. Part of the reason I found that so irritating, because I pretty much always chose the Yorvith route. To me, it was clearly superior. And so to find out that that was considered not canon was unfortunate. Gap 2. There's someone out here. The side carries all the way to you. Then tell them to get their asses in here. Get your asses in there. Gaptooth wants to talk to you.
You've got to be kidding me. No.
Would you take a look at that?
There you go. Hey, you come here, I want to talk to you. Say first. A rough-looking woman stands in the gap made by a broken wall, turning to address you as you approach. So, the censor didn't trust 4 groups to get what she wanted and sent another one. She shakes her head. More groups. Talk about an excessive use of force. She throws her hand in the air. For Kairos' sake, it's still just a library. It's not going to get up and walk away. We have time to get the archive. I even know where a piece of the passcode is. Tell me more about this archive. What do you take me for? Your own personal sage? She holds up a hand and starts counting off facts like a checklist. It's in the library. It's rumored to be incredibly powerful. It's behind an impenetrable barrier. We need to find the passcode to get to it. The censor is particularly itchy to get her hands on it. Problem is, she sent all of us to get it, and only one group is allowed to claim they did. And that means a lot of... She puts her hands to her throat and mimes strangling, making a gagging noise. Such is the way of the course. My current problem is Numbly's group down below. They're guarding one of the passcode pieces, and they can be particularly stab happy. I don't want to cross their path with a molten pit nearby, so I'm trying to decide what to do. 4 groups? What do you mean? You know, groups to compete in the censor's little game, to the death and all that. She squints at you. Do you really not know? Or are you just plain stupid? Either way, I'm not in the mood for babysitting idiots. Address the sages. I warned you about Kairos' edict, so you could escape before being destroyed. Help me kill this gang and you'll escape again. At the sages look with determination to each other and back to you. Gap 2's eyes filled with fury and rage. You worthless ink suckers will burn along with the Famebinder. Kill them all. Yo, worthless ink suckers? Damn. All right, lady, we'll do that. And this time, let's get some protection on her early. In fact, you should, oh, you don't have it.
As you command.
You've done that. You're rated. And then the other one is, what's it called? This mirror image. Who did he use spectral blur on? Who do you use mirror image on? Why did it say? There are. All right, that helps. Now you. She needs to start starting with more breaths. There we go, and put it on himself. Oh yeah, he is getting hit up thoroughly. Where is Lantry? Lantry's right there. He's in the midst of the action. He shouldn't be though. All right, but he is. Okay, now can Lantry move away? He still can. So let's do that. Yeah, let's do some of that. You got an option. You know what? Your option is to help him. Your option, help him.
You got it.
Oh, lovely. Now it's all around. Oh yeah. Excellent. Okay.
No dice.
I probably won't bother with Gwent. I don't care about 100% games, so I ignore it. Gwent is fantastic, though. Gwent is a really, really fun mini game. Probably one of the most fun mini games I've ever played before. And it's also one of those things where there's kind of a point of no return where if you get to a certain point in the game and your deck isn't good enough, you're just not going to be able to beat anybody. They did make it its own game. That's what Thronebreaker was. There's a Gwent trading card game. That too. There's actually 2 Gwent games, but the rules and cards are pretty different from the real thing. Yeah. Pickpocket, kill a person. Oh, you could pickpocket the Gwent card? I didn't know that. J. Cole apologized? If so, that's super weak. People are already saying his diss wasn't all that. Now, if he apologized, that's crazy. You get all but 1 card because you did 1 quest. All right, interpret the symbols. Ooh, learn the sigil of strength 2. Okay. What's this? This wall has collapsed here, creating a new entry pointing to the adjacent room. Scrolls, okay. Oh, wait. There's a sage here. The sage backs up as you approach, fear in his eyes. No, please, don't hurt me. He stops when he sees you and drops his hands, relieved. You're not chorus members, he looks around, but they're nearby. I can hear them. I would leave, but they blocked the exit and I can't open the barrier without the right key. You're free to go, the way is clear. I can never thank you enough for what you've done for me. Take this, maybe it will help you. I was unable to finish my research, but maybe you can. He looks around warily. I will find a way out of here. You can research an item. Oh, that's right. I need to get a library. I'm over there. You get on that one. Then it faded. Can't pay pot. Wish you could. That's what I thought. Okay. Do the free sages do anything? Nothing other than increase your reputation with the sages, as far as I know. Not just this, K-Dot. If Cole really apologized, that's really going down. Yeah, nah. Can't be. He can't have apologized. He can't have went out like that. I don't
What do we have
see
here?
Waves of heat hit you as you lean over to look upon the lake of lava far below. That's where I was. What's this? Okay. Continue walking that way if you wanted to. And what's over here? And you can't talk to these sages at all, right? Okay. And that's what's this? Burnt missive. You tell that graven ash was the intended recipient. Takes all. Oh, you can't actually read it. Okay, fine.
No dice.
Below you is a sweeping view of some of the shelves of the main library. A few of them, against any reason, remain intact.
Did this.
The scrolls somehow
Such
resisting
power,
intense
such
heat.
raw energy. So exciting.
Is it now, darling? How do I get to this? Oh, it's right over here. Okay, cool. Oh, you can use athletics or athletics. Oh, interesting. Okay. I guess if you wanted to get through without having to fight her. Light leather armor.
I think you need to find a younger slave to haul your detritus.
First might be able to use that. Wait, actually. So they said another part of the password was with these people below, right? So I probably need to go deal with them first. Seeing the magic system in Tyranny always makes me want to adapt it to a tabletop game. This really is one of the best magic systems I've ever experienced, bar none. He really did apologize, Complex, as a video on Twitter. Are you serious? What made him think that was a good idea? Why does he feel like he has something to apologize for? Like if K-Dot dissed him first. You know, the one class of D&D that I can never make character for is a monk. I just haven't found a concept I like for it yet. Usually, I don't like monk. In fact, the only time I played monk was Deadfire when it first came out, because I had heard that monk was like crazy overpowered. And so I thought it'd be fun to play through that. Otherwise, I can't remember ever playing a monk. I do plan to have a monk when we do a Baldur's Gate 3 honor mode run, though. A large man stands with his back to you, gesticulating wildly at the beastmen around him. He points north, up the stairs at the wall of shells on the rise. Go get it, you mangy freak. It's not going to hurt you. That's a piece of the passcode. I just know it. The beastman he's currently yelling at vehemently shakes his head. No, shiny, crackly, light hurt beast will not touch. No. That was a spell cast by that sage. He points at a body near the stairs, who is now dead, by the way. So there isn't going to be any more shiny, crackly light to hurt you. Just go get it. The rest of us need to stay here and keep anyone else from getting to it. Go. The beastman shakes his head again. The man makes a noise of disgust. You're worthless, all of you. How did I get stuck with the monster brigade? A river of lava flows freely around an island made of huge cracked pieces of the floor. The destruction seems more widespread down here. The man turns to you, his ill-fitting armor straining against his chest. What are you doing here? The face takes on a sour look and he shakes his head. Never mind, I don't really care. We're not going to let you pass, no matter your reasons. This contest is in the bag. If anyone is going to get to the Silent Archive first, it will be me. And if you think I'm letting you anywhere near that piece of the passcode, think again. Someone already tried to take it from me and failed. There's a conspicuous cough from behind the man, who rolls his eyes and looks over his shoulder. Us. That's awesome. Imagine Obsidian selling their IP mechanics to Hasbro for tabletop games. That'd be crazy. Just went out as a sorry dude. We waited too damn long for a fucking sorry. This could have been legendary, but Cole is acting all sorry. That's crazy. That's crazy. Those are Oriental monk vibes. Always felt so awful traditional European fantasy settings. Yep, that's part of it. Like if it was perfect in Jade Empire, but not some of this other stuff. How's it not fun to play a ninja in D&D? It doesn't feel like a ninja. It doesn't feel like a ninja. It feels like a meditation monk, bald-headed type guy. Ninja is different. Hell, I'm playing a ninja in Pathfinder Kingmaker. That feels totally different. Kendrick threw the alley-oop and J. Cole went for a layup and really said, I foul. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. It's crazy. I don't understand why he's making such a big deal of this. Conquest. I'm the fate binder of Tunnan. The only reason you have access to the library is because of me. He blinks as your words sink in. Then he smiles slowly as recognition crosses his face. You are the fate binder who declared the Edict of Fire. It's because of you that I even had the position I do. The right of challenge is the best thing that ever happened to me. If you are part of the game, I will not play. I don't care what the censor does to me. Oh, wow. He points north at the wall of shells. There's a piece of the passcode up there. You might want to get to it before someone tries. He motions to the beastman. Come on, we're out of here. I wonder what happens when he sees his, ooh, there's a lot of them too. I wonder what happens when he sees his dead kinsman on the way though. All right. All right, so
No
what
dice.
am I saying? It's Scarlet Course. He won't care.
I think you
Probably
need to
won't
find
care
a
one
younger
bit.
slave to haul you to trial.
Beyond the gaping hole in the floor, hundreds of scrolls fill the shelves on the far wall.
What do we have?
What's this? Sigil of Lightning. Plus 10 control lightning.
Here.
Isn't that nice? The plaque is so smudged and scratched that you can't read most of it, but it mentions a new binding technique and mastering the magic to preserve the scrolls. Find the remaining parchment pieces. What is this? This document chronicles the early days of the Regent bloodline and stalwart. So I've got 2 pieces of the passcode. Blood Chanter's spine, plus 10 control emotions. Blood Chanter's staff, fragment of a Blood Chanter's
I think you
cloak.
need to find a younger slave to haul you to trial.
What do we have? Ah, someone stitch me up.
I moved them back. What was that? I moved them back first. That was odd. Okay, whatever. Shadow, you could imagine them as monastic monks from Europe. Shadow Monk is super sneaky. It kicks ass with fists. I'm looking forward to trying it in Baldur's Gate 3. Lots of great movies that have the East meets West aspects of olden days Europe. That's true. If I make Corvus, probably use a dagger, reskin. Alright, let's see. What's over here? These writings describe the process for creating a magical accent. You should be able to decipher the instructions with access to the Spire Library upgrade. Alright. When I get that, I will keep it in mind. There's a whole section over here that I'm not sure how to get access to.
No dice.
What is this over here? Oh, we could jump across over there. Okay, that actually makes sense. Except I don't know what those are. All right, let's do that. Let's do that.
That
Put that on ourselves. All right.
Come at me, Gravy.
There we go. Boom, boom, boom.
Eat. Oh, that one fucking hurt.
Good lord. She's getting absolutely carved up. Well. There we go. Now, you're closer, right? There we go. Ooh. And she's got all our buffs, right? Uh-oh, she's lost her buffs. Why doesn't she have, That's weird. How'd that happen? Oh, maybe that's part of the reason why they're so difficult. It's because they could do things where you lose access to your buffs.
Oh, you're not going anywhere.
That's unfortunate.
I'm on it.
Alright. Oh, snap, wait. There's a rope up. There's a ladder for a rope up there, okay. Cross. Step to the go. 5 elements with a focus on water, reskin and ink. Nice. Just share it to your Twitter. Wow, okay. I'll take a look at it later. Damn, that's disappointing. Why would he think that that would be the move? I don't understand. I don't understand the thinking behind that. Damn, Cole.
Stupid edict.
Ain't that odd?
I used to know my way around. Feel so old.
It's all right. What's this? Used armorer's kit? What? Oh, they're saying there are enemies down there. Oh, there's more Bane. Let's search around first. Okay, so that's the way back up.
As you command.
All right, let's make sure. So hold on. Mirror image, she has it. Mirror image and spectral blur, she has it. Interesting. For people. Oh, look, I might get all of them in one go.
Pay attention, kids. You
Isn't that
might
nice?
learn something.
Well, no, now they came around. That's unfortunate. All right, now she's back to getting absolutely destroyed. I don't understand why either. But they are absolutely destroying her. Do that. Do that. And you know what? Let's just do a third one just to be absolutely sure, because something tells me if she goes down, the rest of us are going down as well. Didn't I get... I thought I had another attack. Combo abilities. I swear I had another attack that I got. We really need another attack. Alright, that helps. Tap. What does this do? Does this have any effect on the Bane? I wonder. So let's see. Hold on. Saren hit Sing, Bane of Night stands a 4, critically hit Scourge. Bane of Night stands deals 10 damage, 10 damage, 10 damage. And is that what I just used? Not this. Which one was Bane of Night? No, I used Wave of Despair. That's what I had done. Saren hits Wave of Despair and has no impact. Okay, so this is Bane of Night. Bane of Night is doing steady damage, where Chanter should. I appreciate this. Because it takes a bigger man to admit he's wrong. He's not wrong, though. He's not wrong. He didn't diss Kendrick Lamar first. Kendrick Lamar came at him. He didn't kick off this beef, so he's not wrong. Felt that way, he shouldn't have replied at all. That's true as well. When you reply, you should think that out thoroughly. You should know where you stand and be ready to stand on it. This just looks so bad. This just looks so bad. And people should not be able to just say whatever the hell they want to you. Right, okay. So I think that they're tearing off her buffs. That's why she's getting hit up. So Spectral Blur is what she has, right? Right. So I don't know how that works. Actually, is there? No. There's no like inspect option. I could really use that to understand more what's happening with her. You need to heal her. You don't have an option to heal her, but you have other options that you're not automatically using.
Will do.
And that's problematic.
Diddy, you won't enjoy this as much as I do.
She just barely got out of it, but good lord. Okay.
Not
Find
happening.
the last parchment piece, so I still don't have all the parchment pieces. Interesting. Well, that's good to know. Like, have it where you have 50 darts in one hand, can easily buy them and craft more yourself. Yeah. I don't remember if Tyranny has several types of defenses too. It's possible the spirit attacks target a different one. That's what I'm wondering as well. Maybe they're considered like spells because she doesn't have good magic defense. So you know what? That's an excellent question. Does she? Let's see here. Hold on. Scourge hits verse for 7 arcane. So 69 in accuracy, unarmed versus dodge. 7 damage, 6 arcane plus 1 fire. 13 damage versus 16 armor. So wait, 69 accuracy, 118 defense, disadvantage, and they rolled an 84. That's the other thing I don't like. So I don't like about this game. I don't think it has enough information. Okay, look. Unarmed versus magic defense. So some of their attacks go at dodge, some of their attacks go at magic defense. And when it's attacking magic defense, she is probably getting absolutely shredded. Interesting. J. Cole's got some nerve in playing Kendrick's music. Put people to sleep. What's going on, Maisie? Cole's music is sleep meds. The whole combo around him for years was how bored his music was. This is true. This is true. That's part of the reason why, like, I am not familiar with older J. Cole, because I always heard, like, yo, he's a great lyricist technically, but his music is just boring as all hell. Whereas I've never heard people say that about Kendrick Lamar. But recently, of course, J. Cole has absolutely been on fire. Oh, so this is the other side of up here. Okay, cool. There appears to be some kind of ramp underneath the lava. There's no way to use it without immediately bursting into flames. Okay. Uh-oh. Bone Whittler. You know what? Let's go ahead and do this in case it becomes a problem.
I'll take care of it.
You got it.
Awfully cute of you to try and sneak up on me in a well-lit room. He giggles and points at you. You're right there. He lasts for a few more seconds and suddenly stops. In an instant, he goes from ecstatic to petulant. I'm sorry, did I forget to conveniently glance somewhere else? I wonder how you thought that might go. So here's some new blood come to feed the furnace. I doubt you'll last long. The man spreads a jagged-toothed grin and runs his tongue along the front of his teeth. He stares at you while he does. You've made it pretty far. How have you fared? I had high hopes of making it out with all my pieces intact. If the censor wanted this to be challenging, she should have sent people with more drive. He shrugs. With the help of my mates and a few sages, we'll toast the competition into a fine ash and powder our faces with their defeat. And if we find the silent archive in the process, that would be good too. Tell me about the contest. Honestly, the only important part of this contest is that only one group is going to make it out alive, and I get to have fun dismantling every other group. He smiles an insane glee in his eyes. This is the perfect spot to lay in wait. There's a piece of the passcode down that hall. If someone takes it, they have to walk right by us to leave. There's even a sage down there with a wounded disfavored. I'm letting them stew. Fear and blood taste so much better when they're allowed to marinate. He opens his mouth and licks his lips. What do you know about the silent archive? Nothing. He stares at you for a couple of seconds before continuing. In my estimation, if it can't do anything for you, it's not worth your time. Wow. You have no idea who J. Cole is? He's probably the most popular rapper right now, Bannerman. Cat Nibbles is now watching stream. What's going on? So long as you have extra attack at 5e, you keep collecting more damage buffs from other classes and magic items. Stay relevant for the rest of the game. Nice. Only one multi-class to level 7, depending on which monk subclass I go with. I've heard so many good things about Monk in Baldur's Gate 3. I'm looking forward to experiencing it. Address the sages. Do any of you want this man to find the silent archive? Because I don't. Think a sage get the drop on me, do you? He studies you with an even expression. Won't happen. How can you be so sure? Ooh, that's how. He turns his eyes to the second sage, who immediately drops his gaze. Would you feel inclined to misbehave if you knew you could be put down the moment you started acting rabid? He looks at you again. Our sages know their place. You help and you obey, or you die. Short-sighted fool. This is how you act tough. You discard decades of learned study. Even the voices on the rock would be offended by this needless waste of such a valuable slave. I agree, Fatebinder. I have no love for the sages, but this man is a maniac. Depriving the Scarlet Chorus of his help would be beneficial. You really need to die. Cutting right to the chase without any other foreplay. A man after my own heart. Maybe I should have waited around and try to find easier way to deal with him. But whatever. Does she have her buff still? 47 seconds, 33 seconds. Let's get it popping.
Come at. What do we have here?
There you go. This is the kind of issues that birds will deal with. Uh-oh. She's coming over to us. Oh, snap, but not Seren. Oh, hey.
You will flash for us.
There we go. Right on you.
Bleed out, you little shit.
Mm-hmm. There we go. Excellent. Somebody heal me up? In fact, he'll heal himself up. Forget about it. Except Verse is gonna come over to him. That's annoying. Come on, Verse, get back to what you're supposed to be doing, girl. And now, see, I think she took an attack of opportunity because of that. That really sucks. That in a AI that's focused on being aggressive, she still rushes forward and tries to kill you. That is so annoying.
That attack didn't work. Damn thing couldn't pierce cloth.
Why is she still having problems with her weapons? I need a damn thing couldn't pierce cloth. All right. Ooh, look at that. Loving when they reward you for being thorough. Okay. What's this? That's climb, but I don't want to climb yet. Go over here first. Oh, you could climb over and avoid the fight. Interesting. And cyclical energies. Oh, snap. Was that? How do I get over there? Oh, okay, I gotta get through here. Okay, cool. Okay. Climb over here. It never ends, does it? The injured oath-bound soldier laughs ruefully, causing her to cough. Flecks of blood spew from her mouth and hit the cheek of the sage currently binding her wounds. Sorry. You're fine. A little blood comes with the territory, but you need to keep quiet or I won't be able to get this done right. I don't want you bleeding out. Thank you. I appreciate your help, even with all the trouble we've caused you. The sages aren't nearly as bad as I was led to believe. She smiles and winces. She stares at you, all signs of levity gone from her expression. What are you planning on doing? We are both trapped here with those chorus members right on the other side of that rubble, and I'm certainly in no shape to fight. It would seem we're quite in a bind. She's gonna let you go this time. You're right. A life spared won't turn the tide. You're not worth killing. Both of them visibly relax. The soldier slumps back against the shells, and the sage returns to his work binding her wounds. Thank you. Finding mercy from anyone in here is the last thing I expected. We aren't going anywhere right now, but as soon as I'm ready, I can get us out. The problem is the group over there. They're already gone. The way is safe. Can't kill everybody. Ooh, and we got rings out of it? Sage smiles. Thank you. As soon as I can, I will get out of here. Still don't have one of those iron rings, though. I really, really need that. Yeah, you might want to remove the heal from Verse. Landry's getting to the point where he can heal about the entire team. Why didn't I think of that before? I might as well just remove her heal, and then she won't be doing that crap. Not that it matters much. The game only gets easier from here. I'm happy to hear you say that, because these bangs seem to be really tearing her up. Completed passphrase. It looks like the final piece. I can't fucking believe it. I'm going to see the silent archive. Oh, keep it together, Lantry. You're going to give yourself a heart spasm. With an embarrassed smile, Lantry takes a swig from a vial of ink off his bandolier. The symbols on the page swim before your eyes, fading and reappearing as you watch. As you stare at them, they slowly resolve themselves into a series of sentences. First and foremost, for those that have the strength of will, the door to the north shall open. Secondly comes passion, burning in the south like an unending fire to provide vitality to the dedicated. Then from the west shall come the one with true resolve, come to explain the gravity of commitment to knowledge. Lastly, look to the east and brace yourself against those who will pull you down. Let your might be solid as stone. Interesting. Use the parchment to proceed to the silent archive. All right. And climb. I was wondering if it would give me experience points for that. All right, we'll go up here. Go up here. More stuff to sell. Ah, this is right above where we were before. Okay, cool. And then I don't know what that's supposed to do. We'll find out in a minute.
This is where we'd socialize.
Fine.
And by that, I mean we'd drink till we forgot geometry.
Oh, snap. I can loot that body. This whole time, while I was watching her run around and heal people, never occurred to me, hey, just take off her freaking bent bronze sword. Interesting. Just take off her freaking heel, and then she won't be able to do that. Oh, and you know what? While I'm thinking about it, that's what I should do instead. Give her some damn healing potions. So she's got Scarlet Poison, Rot Spear, and Raised Affliction plus 4 might. Interesting. Greater healing. I don't know how. Oh, she got 43 of these things. Interesting. All right, let's find out. Oh, she could stack up to 10. That's interesting. How the hell do you? And damn, I don't know how you split it up. All right, that's 10. Hold on. But it was more than that over here, right? That's 10 for her. 10 for you. 10 for you. 10 for you. So fine. Okay, so you already have some. That's cool. Let's give you some. And let's give you some. And then we'll see how much that heals. Might be that we need to do more, but we'll take it from there. Excellent. All right, now. Isn't this like a tent? I guess it's saying that it's a rope leading somewhere. Where does that go? What the hell? I haven't been here before. I don't think so. So this was there. Yeah, this was, and then this was this whole Velium storage. This is where I was before. Oh, so this leads right over into here. Okay, interesting. And lots of Bane.
I don't think so.
Okay, and
I'd say that's worth a second
keeps
glance.
This place intact. Who knows how long it will hold?
To battle!
there we go.
Pity you won't enjoy this as much as I do.
This is embarrassing. Pay attention, kids. You might learn
Excellent.
something.
Woo! Almost bad. Curious. What's doing the most damage? So 7, burst pit, burst for 8. Joker activates cleansing victory. Joker grazes for 16 damage. That's awesome. Kills whiffs. Lantry hits whiffs. Verse hits whiffs for 41 damage. So she's hits whiffs paralyzed. Interesting. So it looks like everybody for the most part is doing their job. Joker hits whiffs for 20. And yeah, Joker is definitely doing the damage he's supposed to. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. What's this? Ooh, a bunch of
You've got to be kidding me. No.
That looks like it's
Hey,
scrap.
over
Yep,
there.
it is. Excellent. This missive is a reply intended for Sage Renata. It urges her to make an important decision about the future of their guild. I assume this is the Silent Archive. I missed one part though, but we'll get to this in a second. I'm tired of being stuck here. Read that poem again. I have a hunch that it could work now.
Yeah, no.
Just a moment. Let's deal with this stuff over here first. That Loris, Sigil of Influence. This room is mysteriously
Not happening.
Untouched by the destruction that ripped the rest of the library apart. The scrolls look completely undisturbed on the intact shelving. There we go. I have to circle back and deal. What is the problem? Why isn't it? Oh crap! You gotta. Missive, completed passphrase. First and foremost, so north, south, west, east. North, south, west. Bunch of scrolls. This looks like a different scroll. Research shield plans. Ooh, nice. Scrolls. This has downstairs. And interpret
Better,
symbols.
faster, and stronger.
Sigils of timeless form. Awesome. Versus leveled up. We'll deal with that later. Where is Censor? Damn, I'm still missing. You know what? Hold on. Because now I'm wondering where those footsteps lead. That's up to the north. But you know what? You know what? I think that's the way out. So I'll just deal with that later. I'll probably have to make my way back around there anyway. So we won't go back. Huh. Okay. What is this about? Uh-oh. Showtime. While I assumed it would be you who would emerge as the victor in this game, I must say I'm a little disappointed you were able to dispatch all of my men so readily. The fear of death is a great motivator, but causing death does seem to motivate you a little more. I guess I have to show a more discerning eye in my recruiting. But your string of successes ends here. Your body will join with those of the sages on the altar. It's rather amusing if you think about it. They may have stopped the building from collapsing, but they couldn't stop the edict or the scarlet cores. All they did was sacrifice themselves for a scrap of parchment they're going to lose anyway. Interesting, because I find your confidence amusing. I just eliminated your entire crew. Almost as amusing as yours, Fatebinder. These fools were merely peons. You'll find I will not fall as readily as my underlings. One does not lead in the Scarlet Chorus for long if one does not know how to watch for danger. And while I thank you for your help opening up the passage and find the silent archive, you're no longer of any use to me. It's time to end this. All right, she's gonna rush in, huh? That's not good. So let's start with you, and let's do some of that. Yep, that.
Damn thing couldn't pierce cloth.
And then some of that. And why did you get hit? Whoa, where are you? Hold on.
As you command.
That's first. That's Joker. That's Joker? Why is Joker all the way up there? What's that about? Now, that's a regular Scarlet Fury. That's a Bloodhound. That's a Censor, and she's barely injured. Let's do you first then. Did you ever do this? You did. Let's do this then.
Bleed out.
Oh, crap. Actually, this one is already paralyzed, so yeah, let's do it.
You think it will help?
Okay. She's almost dead. Oh, actually, here. Quick eye on. There you go. Heal yourself. You heal yourself. Boom, 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 boom. In fact, what is this? Quickly rising, unleash a single note. Magic clears the negative effect, briefly protects them. Yeah, it seems so useless for her rest power. What's this again? Rips a large chunk. Oh yeah. I remember this.
This is one of my favorites. I'm not wrong for this world.
This is not going well. And Seren went down. Great. He has. Why isn't it allowing him? Why does he have to directly look at her in order to find? No, we'll do that. And why aren't you doing that? Sure. And then you. What option do you have? I didn't use this enough. Spellcasting block. Well, that's not good.
You'll have to hit harder than that.
There we go. Where is here you. Handle this right. Should have been to care. Come on. What's going on? Why isn't he? Yeah, that Bloodhound is near death. Why isn't she going down yet? Boom, boom. Okay. Let's all this here. There we go. That should be hitting all three of them, but it's only recognizing this one is being hit. I don't understand why. Do you still have all your stuff? No. Okay, you got spectral blur, but you do not have mirror image. So let's put mirror image on.
Consider it done.
No, that helps. Did she just kill Verse? No, Verse is still up. Just barely. She can do that. Can you heal her? Nope, you don't have the ability to heal, and she's down. So we'll do this instead. I didn't even activate haste for him. Yeah, I
Harsh words could cause more harm than this useless weapon.
All right. And she still can't use a potion, so that's not available. He's gonna go ahead and use a potion. Why does it have? Oh, that's Joker. Okay, fine. Yeah, in fact,
As you command.
Joker.
Damn thing couldn't pierce cloth.
There you go. You can do another one of those. And shoot, why does it only say? Okay, there we go. She's got spectral blur and mirror image. What does this do again? Ranger quickly and nearby party members with a surge of restorative energy. If the effect are also hasten. Oh, that's what I
On your command.
You know what? Doing great. There we go. Who is doing the whole grazing? Is that Verse? Yeah, she's grazing the crap out of her. All right. Let's do this. And then you. There we go. Yep, let's do that.
Another scar?
How is it possible? Why is this dude? Okay, so she at least the status effects are working, but we are not getting through her armor at all. In fact, you know what? Since that's the case, let me maybe I
This weapon is entirely worthless.
Boom, boom. What's the problem? Can he? Oh, already activated.
This isn't
Okay,
working.
Pay attention, kids.
Whoa. How did she just get her stuff back? Okay, you know what?
You might learn something.
Oh, you know what? He can make our weapons.
Damn thing couldn't pierce claw.
Harsh words.
There we go. And we did that. We should
Cause
do
more
that.
harm than this useless weapon.
Bleed out, you
There
little
we go.
shit.
That's healthy. All right, let's do this.
Await my signal.
There we go. Yep, that helps. Should have used that earlier, most likely. And in fact, let's use this.
Await my-
Let's pull out all the stops. Not like we need to be worried about that. Let's pull out all the freaking stops. There we go. All right, now, Landry, don't worry about yourself. Heal him. You absolutely must stay on your feet. You, go in and do what you do.
Consider it done.
They won't
There we go. Now you. Yep, this is ready. Do that.
even
Alright.
get close.
She can, she might as well do that. You gotta
Harsh
be
words will
ready
cause
to
more
do
harm than
this
this
right
useless
now.
weapon. I'm not
Yeah,
built
you know,
for this
you
sort
might
of
as well
virus.
do this real quick, make you stay on your feet too.
Right.
You know what? No, I might as well have just used regular attacks with him. I keep forgetting that. Use greater healing. Time to update your weapons. Yeah, for sure. I've just been low on money this whole time, and I really wanted the guy who would allow me to respec my characters. But for sure, I'm going to need to upgrade my weapons.
I
because
think
this
you
is
need to
not
find
gonna
a
work.
younger slave to haul your detritus.
All right, that brutal, but done. In fact, just in case there are any other problems, let's go ahead and just rest. Just in case anybody else comes around. Take fragment. Remove the obsidian fragments from the wall. I don't know what that fragment does, but okay. And
You see that?
there's a little something over here too. This is Chronicler's Eye of Legends Wise. Plus 10 lore and plus 10% will defense. I almost feel like I should get a Lantry, but that will defense bonus is actually something to consider. Staff of Hours.
I think you need to
Wizard.
find a younger slave to haul your detritus.
Power has increased. Is that right? And there we go. Definitely time to update weapons. They did not get through her armor at all. Joker was the only one who could. First Sage R Walls directives. Interesting. I'm not reading all that, but okay. It was invigorating. The altar sits in the middle of a lake of lava, encircled by ritual braziers. The bodies of the sages who gave their lives to stop the library's collapse are littered around the central pedestal. And Sir Torvin's notes. All right. Let's give this a whirl. There we go. Remove the scroll and replace it with one of your artifacts to keep the protective magics from ending. Examine the scroll. A nimbus of magical energy surrounds this scroll, which levitates above the central platform. You see characters upon the parchment, but they seem to shift from one language to the next. Amazing. I suspected there was more to the Silent Archive than a simple vault. Extraordinary. This scroll must represent thousands of scholarly works. The motion of the characters on the scroll's surface slows as you approach, seemingly in response to your presence. Examine the magical aura surrounding the scroll. Waves of energy radiate out from the scroll, billowing up towards the ceiling and fanning out to encompass the cavernous chamber. It appears that the Silent Archive is an active participant in some sort of ongoing spell, one that is likely keeping the burning library standing. Removing the scroll will assuredly have disastrous effects upon the active spell. Analyze the active spell. This must be the time stasis spell referred in Sage Arwell's letter. Judging by the bodies arrayed around the Silent Archive, the mages appear to have been successful in their attempts to halt the destruction of Kyros's edict, though they did not survive the process. Lore, deconstruct the spell's focus. Lilot's experiments with Folkheap clearly paid off. The spell protecting the burning library is operating at a massive scale. Its chaotic energy is currently stabilized by the Silent Archive itself. Its underlying mechanism is familiar to you. It seems likely that any artifact of sufficient power could serve as the spell's focus. Should the need arise, you believe you could swap the Silent Archive for another item of power without disrupting the ongoing temporal magic. What are you? As you utter the question, the scroll's surface is suddenly wiped clear. After a moment, words begin to form on the page. Indeed, the Silent Archive is meant to be the final source of knowledge. Every text we have magically transcribed bubbles beneath its surface, waiting to be called forth. First Scribe Gaynor, Sage Arc of All Mythologies, Volume 8. Fatebinder, should this be true, the Silent Archive will be worth more than some of the old realms. The passage fades away, only to be replaced by another. The Silent Archive is the 100-year endeavor of the School of Quill and Ink. As one of its creators and guardians, I am ensured that its knowledge may only be accessed by the sages of my order, and only those specifically charged with such a weighty responsibility. The Silent Archive is, thus, a glittering jewel that only a few may see. Should the artifact fall into outsider hands, I expect that less than 1 in 100 of its secrets will be revealed in the span of a lifetime. In the blink of an eye, the scroll's text disappears, only to be replaced by a chaotic swirl of overlapping letters and words. It refuses to respond to any further questions. Touch the scroll. You reach out to touch the scroll, but as soon as your hand passes through the cloud encasing it, a violent tremor erupts in the hall. The shaking continues for a few seconds and then vanishes. I will proceed cautiously, Fatebinder. Not even these ruins should remain standing after Kyros's edict. I suspect the sages used the Silent Archive in some way to stave off destruction. Read the scroll. The parchment surface is impossible to read, ever shifting and convoluted. You see characters from old verdant writing over calligraphy of the Northern Empire, which transforms into words used by the nomadic tribes of ancient Azure, and then again into phrases of the common tongue of the Tears. It is as if every word ever written or uttered clashes upon the scroll. Swap the Silent Archive with an artifact. Ask yourself if an artifact is worth the archive. You're going to lose whatever you put on that pedestal. Place an artifact on the pedestal. Equipped artifacts cannot be used. Ooh. I'm not going to use the Binding of Shadows. Place the Binding of Shadows on the pedestal. You delicately remove the Silent Archive from the central pedestal, careful to replace it with another artifact in the span of a few seconds. The lines of energy flowing through the platform's center warble and distort disconcertingly for a moment, accompanied by faint tremors that unsettle the molten liquid below. After a few seconds of uncertainty, the spell's magic refocuses upon the newly placed object, its lines of energy once again resuming their stable flow upward and out to the rest of the burning library. The swap appears to have worked, and you have earned yourself the Silent Archive for your trouble. All that remains is to take the artifact outside. Once the Silent Archive has crossed the threshold leading to the exterior, it is likely that you will fulfill Kyros's mandate to remove all forbidden knowledge from the Vellum Citadel. All right. Addendum added. Path to power. Okay. That was pretty cool, actually. And we definitely got to go back inside to see where that path leads that I didn't go down. But I think it just leads to that room we were already in, so I'm not too worried about it. Okay, so this leads there. I'm still waiting for that edict to resolve itself. Any moment now. If the fires want to die down already, that would be an immense help. The air surrounding you begins to thin, and the smell of embers begins to diminish. The clouds of smoke slowly revealing the sky beyond them. Fantastic! You feel a powerful pulse of warm energy burst from the silent archive. Sound disappears into a deafening silence. Your vision blurs, and you are overcome by a dizziness that nearly knocks you off your feet. Then, as quickly as it hits you, the feeling passes. The air around you begins to settle, and the particles of fire and ash that moments ago stung your eyes dissipate with a chilly gust. With the silent archive removed from the burning library, the edict of fire is extinguished, and its warmth feels pulled into your very chest, a sensation similar to the weightlessness when the edict of execution broke at Ascension Hall. You know, you're just asking for it from the sages. You're never going to hear the end of it. First the edict, next they'll want you to scour the tears for the torn out pages of a farming almanac. So much knowledge turned to smoke and ash. Ending the edict can't undo the damage. But perhaps now this place can be rebuilt. I hope future scholars can unearth whatever remaining books and scrolls are still buried within. Surprising that keeping the library intact wouldn't get some loyalty from Lantry. I do love watching someone's hard work unravel like an old sweater. If you ever meet Kairos, ask how long it took to draft the Edict of Fire. The shape and intensity of the fires leaped in your mind. The details of the mighty incantation, the wording, the magical logic of the flames, all are seared in your mind with perfect recall. The Edict of Fire is now a part of you. That's interesting. As the edict fills you with its power, you feel the inferno inside the burning library begin to wane. Temperatures start to cool, lakes of lava recede, and eternally burning fire flicker and fade. It may take time before the burning library is referred to as the Vellum Citadel again, but ending the edict will allow access to knowledge thought to be lost forever. Report to Bled and
No
Mark.
dice.
Okay. Now first, let's go back in. And, ooh, and that increased my power. Excellent. But didn't give me any money. This is what I really need. You know, there was that. Is there still lava everywhere? Okay, so lava is still everywhere. Wait, what's that? What the hell is that? How do I get there? What the hell? I missed the whole section over there. Alright. Well, that's one thing I need to do. But first, let me go over here. Where does this go? Damn, I'm really glad I came in here now. Oh, whoa, we got a missive, too.
Spotted something.
Oh, this is just like an outside section. Okay. That's interesting. Ooh, Sigil of Fire. Deflection and
I
accuracy.
think you need to
That's
find a
interesting.
younger slave to haul your detritus.
This shelf is well separated from the surrounding area. Looks quite perilous to scale. Strange, rocky protrusions can be seen along the top, likely magical
Not
in
happening.
nature. What is this about? Touch rock formation. Press your hand to learn the spell symbol of fire. All right now. Very, very nice. Now, is there a quick way to get across to this area? I don't think there is there? Because I don't think there's a way across between them. Right, so I gotta go down and come back up. That's annoying. Oh, you know, hold on, wait. Let's deal with this missive first. Fuel for the flame. Dearest Fatebinder, champion of Tunnen's gavel, slayer of Requirement, we hope you recognize that we bear you no ill will. We who understands treachery, if not the archon of secrets. We've always held the very highest esteem for the work of other specialists in the arts duplicitous. Make no mistake, dear Fatebinder, after your little performance at Vengeance Well, and with such a flair for theatrical illumination, you have ascended in our estimate. We trust you will understand that when we peel the flesh from your bones and squeeze the bile from your quivering innards, it's strictly out of artistic integrity and the courtesy allowed a fellow professional. Nothing personal in it at all. But enough about our friendly rivalry. Do you enjoy the company of our little spy? Her dance never fails to inspire in us the most pleasant quivers. We have a gift for her, delivered through you due to the girl's questionable faculty with letters. We've learned from one of our birds that a mercenary in Haven has been absolutely gloating about slaying her sisters. His boast even secured him work defending some crossing merchant. Show her the sigils on the reverse. She'll know what they mean. Voices of Narat, Archon of Secrets, and Master of Cacophony. The opposite page contains several rough ink scratch symbols that look like nothing more than a child's pictographs of their favorite animals. Inquire further. Archon of Secrets. No doubt you intend your message to elicit violence and chaos. That's standard for you, however, so I'm left to wonder. What else do you hope to accomplish? Fatebinder Joker. Let's see. The symbol of fire is great. I made a fire mage, and later on you get a sigil that lets you cast fire and ice together. Yep, I already have that sigil. So that's fantastic. I've been focusing Landry on support, but I'm wondering, but I feel like it's made me weak from the sense that I don't have a way to blow up multiple enemies at one time. So there's a part of me that's considering if maybe it would make more sense to make him just focus on healing and fire, like fire and ice, I guess. And then he could be the one that just kind of blows up enemy groups. Whoa. Oh, this wasn't here before. And it's here now. That's why that was there. Excellent. I was like, whoa, did I miss something? But you didn't miss anything. There's just things that are available now that weren't available before. Talk to Verse. Yep, I'm going to talk to Verse. Give me just a second. I want to do this first. What the hell is that? That can't be good. Especially without upgraded weapons and armor, that just can't possibly be good. I'm almost wondering as well if that's what I should be focusing on for Seren as well. She's got Spectral, but she no longer has Mirror Image. Is Mirror Image the one you have? I never remember. Nope, not the one you have either. Fatigued in Days. Let's go ahead and do that. Oops. You're getting absolutely destroyed, young lady. Let's do that. You don't have access to that. Let's help her out a little. Ooh, somebody is just absolutely tearing through us. We might have to come back to this one. I feel like that's something we need to use on you. So yeah, let's just, oh yeah, here we go. Take each other out, huh? All right, Seren, you're up. Hey, at least you got this going for you. That works. That's nice. And you know what? He's gonna put Spectral Blur on you. Oh yay! You can put me.
Oh, it got dark all of a sudden.
Wow, that barely did anything to him, unfortunately. I don't know if that does anything to you. I'm just gonna do it anyway. Oh yeah, let's do that. That works. And then she doesn't have any really good options, so sure, let's do that. Until I get her breath back up.
Dodging is so unfair!
Take that!
There we go.
Ugh. Nobody heard that, right?
Yeah, I'm not oh, he moved and it was still directed over there. That's fine. Yep, Serena's over there. Well, that means, oh, so this is based on where the Fate Binder is. That's interesting. Crushing damage. Let's crush him. There we go. That definitely helps. Whoa. Is it done? No. Why doesn't it allow me to attack it though? What? Why can't I attack it? That's weird. I don't know what that was about, but okay. We're almost there, we're almost there, we're almost there. What are you doing, lady? Can you do not that? What happened to she's got spectral blur, but she does not have mirror. Just give her that. You got that. That's cool. You 16, 26. What's this one do? 23, 31. Razor Pitch. These calling take arcane damage and are interrupted. Let's just press that and forcefully push them away from her. I don't care about the pushback. I do care about interruption. There we go. We're almost there. We're almost there. We're almost there. Serena's actually holding her own pretty well. And we're done. Oh, sorry, verse. Sorry, verse. I will upgrade stuff. I will change stuff around.
You got it.
We will get you taken care of. The lava rests dangerously close to the floor's edge, mere inches away from spilling over and consuming the ground at your feet. Oh, look at that. Armor Sunder, okay. Ooh, that increased my power. The stone here shimmers and warps behind the waves of heat emanating from the lava. The temperature down here is almost unbearable. Ooh, what's this? Banner of Arden. Force of Peace. Whoa, renown. Passive ability, friendly area of effect. Negative 75% all damage taken for 8 seconds. What the hell? Any attacks them is paralyzed. These effects scale with the banner of Arden's renown. Whoa. Can I put this? Acquire the banner of Arden? I know. Hold on. Can I put this on? Let's see. What's this? Immunity, frightened, terrified. That's useful. Plus to resolve. That's much less useful.
Hey, this looks fun.
Hey, look at that. You have discovered an artifact. Artifacts are powerful magical items that, when wielded, grant their owner a new ability. Artifacts are known throughout the tiers and the greater empire beyond. As an artifact's reputation grows, its ability becomes more powerful. Whoa! I think I kept my Lantry as pure support, but yes, you want some magic damage just to get the heavily armored characters. I vaguely recall Serene could do some nasty damage passively with a chance. Yeah, she's ripping through opponents for sure. She's unironically as OP as you'd expect an icon to be. Yeah, she's definitely, I think I wouldn't have made it through that last battle without her, to be frank with you. What's this? Oh, Banner of Arden, of course. You equip the powerful artifact. Oh, that already made it one more. Shielded for 60 damage for 15 seconds. Target, paralyzed affliction for 14 seconds. Base 15 seconds. Interesting. And this can be used once per rest. Okay. All
Well,
right.
That was rather convenient.
It was, wasn't it? All right, and we can move this. It's a little
You
slow.
have got to be kidding
What's
me.
this?
No.
Interpret the symbols. Sigil of volcanic weapon. Whoa, and there's some things we can loot here. Bronze, bulwark, and a bunch of gems. And what's this? Bane essence.
I'm a scholar, not a luggage slave.
All right, and this is where
Not
you come
happening.
up, right? So, this was actually well worth it. There are items that rank up with you. Yep, that's what I just see now. That is fantastic. And it's already got one rank, so that's nice. Awesome, awesome, awesome. All right, let's head outside. We've broken the edict. Did we really? It was probably faster for me to go out the other way, but it's fine. You know, no, either way, I would have had to do one more. So let's go. It's fine. Let's go. There we go. Not this one, this one. Whoa! There's an enemy hanging out here. Who are you? Well, certainly wouldn't want you to feel left out of the loop. Let's find out who that guy is. Yeah, there's nothing to loot or anything, right? Yep, we're good. Spectral blur again.
I'll take care of you.
I'm on it.
Just a regular old blunt hand? Oh, the lead. Interesting. Got no idea who you guys are, but let's go ahead and get this taken care of. There we go. No, these should definitely work on you. Come on, darling. So where we all that. And you. Oh, here, hold on. Wait, what? No. Why can't he already activate it? Oh, okay. Well, that's good at least. I could probably automatically activate that. There we go. Get to running around. Whoa! He got all of his HP back somehow. That's interesting. You already did that. You spellcast is blocked. Excellent. Isn't that just grand? Do you have?
Count
you
on
don't
it.
have haste. You come a little bit closer. There we go. There we go. Excellent. He's about to get carved up. Good lord. Come on now. Yeah, definitely gonna have to change some things around.
Not a problem,
Get
boss.
back. Definitely. But for now, let's do you, and you're up out of there. Oh, Falant. Who are you? Torn leather spalder? Who are you? The sage has clearly suffered at the hands of his captors. Burn marks cover his legs and his shoulders slump unnaturally. He looks at you in stunned disbelief. Thank you. I can't believe those blackguards are finally dead. He spits. May they rot. Farewell. Thank you again. I'll take my leave, but tread carefully. The Chorus are crazy and disorganized, but that is part of their strength. Don't let them get the drop on you. Did I forget to come up here? Is that the problem?
Just point me in the right direction.
Damn.
Not happening.
How did I completely miss this whole area? Alright.
Not happening.
Alright, let's stop there. Alright. We need to talk with Verse, talk with Lantry, visit Bled and Mark, and then head back up to our spire. But I think I'm going to save that for tomorrow. I need to go ahead and get some rest. It's been a nice long stream. We made some very good progress. Hope you all have enjoyed it. My intention is to most likely be back on tomorrow night. But you know how it is. We'll have to see. But regardless, I will see you all in the next video. Take care. Yep. Take care, Abandonment. Take care, JV. Have a good one.